We're live.
So I can start telling you
Yeah.
now. All right. Hey guys, just right before we start, I just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Roll20. If you're looking to play D&D or just tabletop games in general, you can head on over to roll20.net and sign up for free. This is how we roll.
We're back.
All right. You move silently through the trees, carefully treading over the undergrowth. You briefly pause and take in your surroundings. You look around and see your comrades in similar positions around you. You peer through the trees. It's still a distance away, but you can see light. Faint voices barely reaching your ears. You know that your target is near. As you move towards the edge of the forest, you and your allies converge. Aside from the three of you, 2 women and 2 men also converge with you. Your leader, Dante, carefully leans forward with great consideration to not rattle his armor. You all know the mission. Hit them hard and fast. Take as many prisoners as you can. We want information, and we ain't gonna get any of that by taking back corpses. So how do you guys want to take on this battle? You have your mission. Now is the time to come up with a strategy. Or lack of strategy if you wish.
Yeah, I want to be like standing off to the side, not paying attention.
Sure thing. You're not the only one, in fact.
So we doing this thing?
Yeah, wait, just give me a moment to think. I just want to like look off and try and like I'm gonna look like I'm calculating.
One of the armored men starts pacing back and forth. What's the word? Irritantly, impatiently. We should be getting in there. This is a waste of time. You notice he has similar armor to Dante. You know this. He's Dante's brother, Damien. Although his armor's similar, you notice has less gildings and decaling on it. The 2 other women that you know as Iris, and actually you don't know the other woman. You only know her as the Saint. She has not given you her name. She stands off to the side like Jet, kind of waiting on everyone else to come up with the plan. Iris stands and waits patiently for Alon to come up with a plan.
I'm gonna kind of squat, and I just start drawing lines in the earth, like just drawing like to kind of give myself reference, and plan things out. I'm measure twice, cut once kind of guy.
Sure. While you're doing that, while you're coming up with a plan, I'll give you guys a kind of brief description of the caravan as well. So from what you can see and what you know, there are 4 carriages parked in a semicircle around a campfire. From what you can see from where you are, you can count 12 soldiers, 7 knights, 5 mages in total. While most of the mages and about half the knights sit around the campfire, from what you can tell, eating, laughing, like just having a good time with each other. One mage sits off on his own, and the other knights are sort of keeping watch, guarding the caravan. As you're coming up with a plan, you see one of the knights kind of break off from the group and walk towards one of the caravans. He heads inside for a brief moment, disappearing before coming out and hauling out a person.
Is the person struggling?
Yeah, they're struggling, obviously in like great fear. The person then, like, as they kind of shield themselves, the knight immediately starts beating them. All the soldiers are laughing. Even the ones keeping guard are now semi-distracted as they watch this, and they laugh.
Okay. Would it help me at all if I rolled like perception? I just want to make sure I see the whole lay of the land before we move.
You can give me a perception roll.
Okay. Perception. And
The darkness is thick,
sorry.
but this matches your information pretty closely. What you see before you matches your information pretty closely.
Okay.
Alon, hate to bother you, bud, but don't have much time.
He's right. Damien kind of walks up. The plan isn't that important. We're miles ahead of these kiddos as it is. We can just rush in there and take them out. We'll rush them with surprise, and that'll be good enough. Oh, sorry, I should clarify that while you are still a ways off from them, you do need to be quiet. Damien is not exactly super quiet.
Okay.
Dante kind of puts his arm on his chest plate, and kind of pulls him close to him, kind of like sternly, kind of like whisper yelling in his ear. You can't make out what he says.
Okay.
But Damien kind of just shrugs his arm off of him and then continues to pace back and forth impatiently.
If you're not going to devise a plan, I just want to note that it seems like they have hostages in the caravans. So maybe we don't blow those up.
I want to interject and say, all right, if you can make a diversion, I'll go straight for those hostages.
No problem.
And what will you do? Iris chimes in now. Sorry, this is Iris. Iris chimes in.
Saying that to who?
Harris.
Okay.
I'm going to bring them to safety.
You don't know exactly how many people are in each of those carriages, but we know there's a lot of civilians that need to be prioritized here. It may be safest to leave them in the caravans and shield them from the dangers of the fight. All we need to do is make care not to hit the caravans, then. You may be able to control their safety, but you can't control their panic.
Yeah, I'll stand up, and I won't like be loud about it, but I'll just kind of softly, almost under my breath, say, well, I guess that's where I'd come in. I won't break anything, or I'll try not to, but I can keep them in place.
She kind of like lets out an exhale. As she kind of like looks over at Dante, kind of almost expecting him to overrule your plan. Listen, I trust Harris. He's been able to keep his specialty is keeping people safe. If he says that he can get those civilians to safety, then I think we should center our plan around him. He turns over to you, Jet. I know you're impatient, but these kind of things require us to take our time. There's a lot of civilian lives at risk, and right now they're our priority.
Hey, I'm with you. But, looks like one of the civilians is getting beat to death, so...
To death. Come on, he can take a few hits. You want to get launched over there, Harris?
Excuse me?
I can launch Harris over.
Are you threatening me, or
No,
is
Harris.
this a suggestion?
I'm saying,
Oh.
yeah, like it's an actual suggestion. I can, if he needs to get in close, I can set up a launch pad to launch him
Are
into
you
the area.
crazy?
How is he gonna land softly?
I can't attack.
No, you just have to sneak in, and you leave the hurting to us.
Right, but can you... Is he gonna land softly? Or...
Yeah, I mean, soft enough.
Look, we haven't done this before, and people's lives are at stake. If we can just get all the people into one section, I can summon my Defender Sanctuary and create a protective dome for everyone to be in, while everyone takes out the guards.
Is that how we want to go about it? Or okay,
I'll just interrupt. Sounds good to me, Harris. I'll be the distraction, and then I'll just walk out.
fuck, here we go again.
Dante will. He won't stop you. I'm not going to stop here. But Dante will kind of reach out and be like, Jet, no! Before saying, like, kind of quickly recollecting himself and then saying, Iris, use the darkness to your advantage. Sneak around the side and take out the guards that Jet doesn't. Damien, Jet's most likely going to take the aerial approach. If he doesn't, then stick with him on the ground and rush in like you usually do. Alan, I know you can hit a lot of places at once. Careful not to hit the caravans. Launch Harris in and take out as many as you can. Trap as many as you can. Then he looks over at the Saint, who's leaning on a tree, now kind of getting forward, ready to do battle, like unsheathing her sword. He says there, Saint, just do your thing. And with that, we can get started.
Can I talk to them first?
I thought you were walking out.
Yeah, I just want to like. No, sorry, not them. I talked to the group of like people, the bandits or whatever.
Oh yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah.
You can move your token up to where you would feel like you would want to go. I am gonna ask you guys to roll initiative though. And then just so we have it.
Excuse me.
The laughter like doesn't immediately stop, but immediately begins to fade out as the knights turn towards you. They draw their swords immediately. Halt!
Sorry. Seems like I got lost. Just trying to find a village. Would you guys know which way I'm supposed to go?
Are you roll deception?
While he's doing that, I'll look to Harris. Harris, let's do this.
23. Nat
20. He doesn't sheath his sword, but he kind of holds out his hand to the other knights. You're probably in the darkness. You're probably just some wandering adventurer. The other knight, they don't sheath their swords yet, but they get out of the offensive stance. He points his thumb. Nearest village is back that way.
Ah,
Follow the road.
you What do you say? What are you guys doing out here? Anyways,
None of your business.
it's a lot of caravans.
Be on your way.
While he's doing that, can I try to... Harris, are we doing this or not?
Why?
Sorry, Andre. Could you also give me initiative roll as well?
I
Oh,
did,
you did.
yeah.
Sorry.
It
Mark,
should've
could you
gone.
give me
Sorry.
initiative?
Oh, sorry, I didn't click nothing.
Harris.
Say fine. I hate it when you do this.
Okay. So I
How
want
far can you launch me?
just 15 feet, really.
Wait,
But-
what?
I mean, from the moment you emerge from the trees, though, it'll still be better that you're like flying 15 feet, and then from there you get your movement, right? So you can basically just giving you an extra 15 feet forward.
I could re-roll, Brian, if you want me.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Do you not want it?
You're gonna send me to the sides, right?
Oh, sure, whatever. Yeah, I can do
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's whatever
Oh
direction.
my god. Okay. Better.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna let you do this like launch pad action before actual combat starts, since you guys, this is technically an ambush. So it's surprise. So if you guys are, if you're launching Harris, then I guess cast the spell.
Okay. So, yes, I will. Well, I don't actually have. Here, I'll just click on it. So I'm gonna put it right in front of me where I am right now, and from there, if you come in contact with it, you will get launched 15 feet in any direction that I choose. So, just tell me which way you want to go. 10, 15.
Send me this way,
Okay.
preferably.
Okay. So I launch them that way.
Sure
5,
thing.
10, 15.
Sure. Could you just measure that out for me real quick?
Oh, sorry.
Sure. So there's a little bit there's no like bright flash of lights, but there's a little distortion in your hands. It's not loud, but there's a little warbling of the of like air and like as
Cool.
as you kind of create like this little it kind of looks like heat waves almost on the ground. But as soon as Harris runs over it, it propels him forward into the air about 15 feet. As he hits the ground again, he does a little bit of roll and instantly goes into a sprint towards behind the caravans. Where are you moving, Harris? Sorry,
Yeah.
if you're not moving towards if you're not attacking enemy, feel free to like just move your character.
Okay, I'm just gonna measure out because I'm gonna take my action to run, and then my restores urgency to use a bonus action to dash again.
Go ahead and move yourself. I think it
Sure.
was like over here. Or you
Yeah.
can just move yourself. So
DM, have we seen these guys before? Like in armor like that and like...
yes, actually.
Okay.
You have seen these guys are wearing the Amaran colors.
Okay.
Red, the mostly. Actually, give me a quick second here.
So do they look...
I'll
But do they look like threatening to us? Is what I'm like... Or they look like...
They threatening as not super threatening. Like
Okay.
they're Amaran soldiers.
Okay.
This is what the knights look
Okay.
like.
I mean, they look cool, but...
Yeah. And I guess I'll show you what the mages look like as well.
But do they have an eye patch? Yeah, see.
They're wearing a mask. On the mages' masks, I mean, you can tell that there's a symbol there, but actually, we'll save that.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but you have definitely run into Amaran forces in the past.
Cool.
However, they weren't always on bow, row, and lance.
Okay.
I'll just drop that there. Okay, so cool. So then, okay. So I'm gonna bring it back to Jet. What are you doing?
I guess I'm still trying to distract them right now because I see that everybody's getting kind of set up.
As you say this, Damien, you see Damien, Dante, and the Saint all ready to move out. Like they're in position to kind of rush whenever you need to. You don't see Iris, however, but you assume that she's doing as Dante asked.
Okay. Then I guess I'll just ask one last thing.
Yep.
Can I ask something and then do like a cantrip? Is that okay?
Yep.
Are you guys with the Amaran Empire?
They'll like immediately go. The guys who sitting around the fire now who were like listening in but not at arms will now immediately get up. The guys in front of you immediately go into a offensive position, and this guy will like start to take like steps towards you.
Whoa!
He
Long
doesn't
live
say anything.
The
He just
Empire, and I'll close my fist, and then I want to use control flames to extinguish the fire.
yep, sure.
Cool.
Nice. We're just gonna pretend that happened that way because that's actually not a token in that part of the map.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, so the fire goes out. The camp is now in complete darkness. I'll remind you now that there's probably only at least 2 of you that you know of that can like truly see in the darkness. So that'll conclude your turn. Alan, the fire goes out. You can hear the metal the clanking of armor as knights start to get to arms. There's yelling as the mages you see lights start to appear in what you assume are the mages' hands as they I guess try to get the fire going or try to get a light source up. What are you doing?
I'm gonna yell towards Jet. Say, "Fuck, a little light, please, Jet."
Yeah.
And
Give me a
then
second.
I mean, I can't see shit, so I'm just gonna run in anyways.
Yep. You still do generally know that there are people in this area because spatial awareness.
Right.
And also you can see the lights in the mage's hands flickering as they're trying to cast spells.
Okay, cool.
So you know that there's people in this direction.
That's what I'll work off of then. I'm not gonna take it easy on him. I'm gonna go as far in as I can get.
Sure. Just give me a direction with an arrow and put you where you are.
So 30 feet. So I'm gonna run up past Jet, and then I'm gonna use Scatter. So I'm gonna take out my sticks. Or no. I'll leave my sticks. I'm gonna just put my hands forward, and I like that warbling that you described. So yeah. I'll start kind of feeling that energy, and I'll create that kind of force in my hand, and then I'll draw out the 15-foot cube. 15. Sure. So just in the general direction, I guess these guys would be easiest for me to see. So I'm gonna go there.
Yeah, you can definitely see like a couple of lights flickering where you're casting Shatter.
Okay. Okay. So they have to do a strength saving throw.
Sure. Could you put the spell in the chat for me, or cast it?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, just a quick reminder: when you guys are casting a spell, to just cast it, so it pops up in the chat. I should have everything set up to give a description, so you can just cast it. You don't have to use the chat thing. But yeah, abilities, spells, make sure they come in the chat just so I can read it.
Cool.
Succeed on a strength saving throw. They fail.
Cool. So it's 4d8.
Yep. If you just click on the spell to cast it, it should cast. I should have it set up.
Cool. So 10 force each. 10
Yep.
force damage.
You hear yelling, and you hear the clanking of armor as you hear bodies like kind of skid across the ground.
Yes.
Yeah. Harris, it's your turn.
It's still dark, right? So I'm
Yeah.
gonna use this opportunity to kind of sneak by. So I'll run another 30 feet here. I'll just move it. Okay. And then I'll send my safeguard out to the prisoner who's getting beat.
Sure. Yeah.
So just for roleplay, he'll just be protected by it and hoping.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That'll just be my action for this turn.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me see if
Right,
there's.
you want me to cast it or?
That's okay. I mean, generally, yeah, put it in the chat, but just for this sake, I know what it is, so. Okay.
For others if they want to read it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. So at this point, the mages, they'll well, at least one of the lights will flicker into a bright flame. He'll toss it back over to the campfire so it lights back up again, and at least now the entire camp is, the area that is like illuminated is in bright light, and at least the entire encampment is in dim light. So now everyone can see again. These two mages will pick themselves up off the ground and start trying to cast spells, while as these two are also still trying to cast spells at the ready. Not quite sure. Their vision doesn't extend to where you guys are, so they're kind of shouting around trying to get information. They don't know where you guys are yet. The knights too are moving into position. This guy here did notice your shield, your safeguard, Harris. He heard it and turned around and saw this now like kind of bright shield glowing over this civilian, and he's looking around trying to see like what it is or where it came from. He kind of readies his sword and he makes an attack against it.
Against the person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Attacks the shield. It just what's your AC?
Oh, my AC is 17.
17. Yeah, it just bounces off of the shield. He staggers backwards. The rest of the knights are also like kind of. They're getting closer to the fire because that's where they can see. However, the guy that was in front of you, Jet, knows where you are, and he runs up to you, slamming into you, kind of with his shield. He's going to make an attack on you with his shield. I don't think that hits. Yeah, no. He slams into you, but he's not able to. He kind of just bumps into you. He's not able to do it with his shield. He swings. He'll try to kind of slash with his sword in the area, and he does hit you.
Okay.
He does 10 damage to you.
Oh no. So that's like probably loud to me, right? Because he's right there.
Yeah, the clanging of armor. I guess you'd hear Jet yell out if you do yell out, Jet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn goes back to you, Jet. You've just been slashed in the chest.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna kind of ignore that. I'll just be like, shit.
You're so cool.
I'll step a bit to the side, and seeing like there's people grouped up here.
Yeah.
I'm going to use eruption.
Sure thing.
Yeah. Let's take it. And just kind of centered around, I guess, around there. Yeah.
Sure. Oops. Sorry, can you ping where you want it to be centered?
Yeah, that's good actually.
Oh,
Where
like
it is.
this?
Sure.
Okay. Cool. Make Make a dexterity saving throw or take D4. Okay, neat. Only one person saves it.
Cool.
So what was that? 23 damage again? So I don't know what I just did. I'm just gonna ignore that now. Yeah, so one of the mages instantly goes up in flames and just gets incinerated. One of the mages is able to kind of see the sparks around the fire start to agitate or get agitated, and then makes the call to just jump out of the way, and is able to just swiftly, like very by the inch of his teeth or skin of his teeth, dodge out of the way of the eruption. Everyone else is going to take 23 damage. And what does it say? They move out of it?
The area becomes difficult terrain, and it burns them. It burns them if they're still on that spot
Okay,
for like every turn, I guess. That they're on.
gotcha.
That's a ton of damage.
Yep. Okay. So then the people are not, they're not blasted out from the area, but they are, you can hear screaming as the knights drop their swords. They've got these sounds of armor burning to their flesh. Alon, it is your turn. Actually, sorry. At this point, Dante, Damien, and the Sate will rush forward as well now that the light is back up and they can see. Dante rushes forward and he kind of extends out he rushes basically to your side, Jet. He kind of extends his hand, and as he does, a construct of a spear kind of emerges from it, and he impales it into the chest of the knight. It doesn't go all the way through, but it goes deep enough. He falls lying on his back, and he tries to get up, but he can't. The weight of the construct is too heavy for him. He's now prone, pinned to the ground. The others are still. They rush up, but they're still too far to like really be able to do anything. Damien, Dante, after impaling this guy on the ground, turns to you and shouts, "We need them as prisoners!"
Yeah, there's probably enough for prisoners. You don't need all of them, do we?
Alon, it's your turn.
Okay. So I'm gonna run into the darkness, as far in as I can get.
Yep. Sure.
Oof, just not that great. Okay, so I'll go where I can. Yeah. So the first, and then as soon as something comes into view, I'm going.
Sorry, this area is pretty brightly lit.
Oh, now it is. Okay.
Because of the fire coming back up, and also because it's basically a pool of lava now.
Shit.
So,
Okay.
in fact, the entire area is even more well lit now.
Okay. So I'm gonna run up to him, and then I'm gonna cast compression barrier. The idea, and it doesn't really work out because there aren't a ton of guys around me, but the idea is that I want to hold him off, or I want to like try and hold down as many as I can. So anybody within 10 feet. Actually, yeah. So I get two guys.
So that should be those two guys.
Yeah. So I'll chant the spell. Or I guess I'm not. Anyways, yeah. So I'll cast it, and I'll create a barrier around myself, and I'll yell out to Harris. I'll just say, "Do it now! I'm holding them off."
Compression barrier, strength saving throw.
Not like I'm not saying that. Like I'm actually trying to hold them off. I'm not trying to be like a.
I'm holding two off.
This guy succeeds. However, this man over here is not able to succeed, and he does become grappled.
Yes. Oh, cool. Can I zoom? Here, I'm gonna zoom real quick.
He's grappled and standing in lava.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that handsome guy. This is-
Okay. Harris, the turn is to you.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create I'm gonna summon my Defender Sanctuary. Basically create a 25-foot dome. What I want to do is kind of like cast it so that it just cuts off the prisoner and like, this guy.
Gotcha. Just for the sake of it being easier, I'm just gonna draw it like as a square.
Yeah.
There's one part of it. I'm not sure if I can even go all the way up. I don't think it matters.
My idea is I just want to like separate the two with that dome.
Sure.
So
Keep in mind though, you are gonna get the caravan there as well.
so like people on this side of the caravan.
You might split the caravan down the middle.
Oh, does it work like that? Like it
Your
cuts into
so your what is it? Your barrier can't you can't use it to cut like rock like stone or anything.
Yeah.
But if it's something like a caravan, because basically the top of this caravan is like tarp. It the way it comes off of you, it goes up into the sky and then comes down like that. So it can't push people out unless they're on the square that it's coming down from. It won't like go down and crush it won't pin somebody underneath them, but it will try to push things out of the way as it comes down. So if it's doing that on top of the caravan, it will push down through the caravan if it's able to, and since the caravan is basically tarp, it will kind of cut the caravan in half.
Okay, but it won't cut anyone in half, right?
No, it won't kill anybody.
It would just separate, okay.
Yeah.
I have the ability to allow and basically permit people from entering or exiting. So as the caravan splits, when I see the prisoners, I'll allow them to enter and I'll disallow the emeralds to not.
And I'm just gonna draw it like that. So
Sure.
Okay. So yeah. So you bring down your defender sanctuary. This guard who was just attacking the citizen just jumps back at the sight of it as it comes down. It does cut through the top of the caravan. Not quite. You can see it kind of tilt to one side as it pushes down on it, but it doesn't cut through the wood. You hear people inside start yelling. But aside from that, it doesn't sound like anyone's hurt. Does that conclude your turn?
I guess I'll run closer to the caravan and try to I'll tell them to come into the circle. I'll kind of escort the people in.
Yeah. Sure thing. So you basically just tell them to just come into the light because they can see the light of your barrier within it. I mean they kind of start coming out of the caravan as well. A couple of people make it out. Sorry, they're all the same person.
Okay. All right.
They're different people. So yeah, they start coming out safe within your defender's sanctuary, but they start emerging from the caravan. The mages now, it is their turn to act. This guy will kind of barely just crawl off of the burning terrain, just kind of outstretching his hand towards the night, kind of like grabbing at his ankle, like help me. He's like almost like missing limbs. He's like burning, almost like melting. This mage back here immediately gets on his knees and puts his hands behind his head. He's had to just watch people basically melt in front of his eyes. He's surrendering.
Sauce.
This guy gets back up, starts running out, takes a look around, sees a bunch of people, and just kind of does some fancy moves with his hands, and yeah, a fireball that almost surprises you, Jet, with how potent it is, emerges from his hands as he launches it. As he launches it towards Damien and the Saint. To your surprise, however, sorry, that isn't. Yeah, that is Damien actually. The Saint nimbly dodges out of the way. None of the fire spraying towards them. Damien, however, kind of just charges through it. Charges through the mass of fire. Comes out the other side. Honestly, just runs all the way up to the mage and just slams into him, knocking him back on the ground before even drawing a weapon. This knight will go over there and try to attack Damien. It doesn't look like it's very effective. While this guy will rush over and try to attack you, Amal. He comes down at you with his longsword. What's your AC?
It is 16.
It doesn't hit.
Okay.
Yeah, he whiffs you with his longsword. This guy is still unable to get up from the spear that's pinned into his chest. This guy will barely manage to crawl off of the burning lands, and this guy here will kind of kick the mage off of him as he turns around to attack your defender's sanctuary, Harris. Sorry, I keep closing my character sheets here. Yeah, he deals 6 damage to it. Yeah. So Damien already kind of moved here, but the rest of the other characters, the Saint will move up and slash nimbly. You'll just see, well, if anyone here can see it, they'll just see a little flurry of blades as the Saint kind of slashes like just cleanly through the weak points of this knight's armor. He falls to his knees, honestly rendered unable to move. He is also now prone on the ground, unable to get back up. Dante now also starts to move up to assist Alon. Yells at you one more time, Jet. We're taking prisoners. Don't kill any more of them.
Yeah.
And almost from what seems like out of nowhere, Alan, before Dante even reaches up to you, she hopping off the caravan, off the top of the caravan, Iris comes up behind this knight, and it's like she splits into 2 people as she goes for like a kind of chokehold on the neck. She'll thrust this guy onto the burning, onto like basically what's a lava pool, before kind of collapsing into one person again. But now this guy has been launched on top of the lava pool, and he'll take the what was it, 2d6, Marco?
Sorry, 1 second.
1d4. Oh wait, no.
1d6.
1d6. He slams down to the lava. He yells out, obviously his armor now heating up and burning his flesh. Jet, it's your turn.
So I'm gonna use burning missile on the. Is this the mage that's attacking the?
That mage is currently on the ground screaming, like just reaching out at the knight, like help me, dear God, help me, as he's like missing limbs and melting.
Oh God! And the knight is the one attacking it then?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll direct my burning missile at him.
Sure. Give me the roll. Sure. And for this, you don't have to cast the spell multiple times. You can just roll the damage.
Okay.
So what is this?
13.
Cool. Sure. So you're letting all missiles hit this guy?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Give me the 2 other rolls for damage then. We'll just roll it like that. Each missile will do separate damage. 25.
33.
Jeez.
33. Yeah, all the missiles slam into the back of the knight as he kind of gets pressed up against the barrier for a brief moment and then falls backwards on top of the mage. He doesn't yell out, honestly. He falls over and he's still. Alon, your turn.
Okay. So at this point, it looks like we're in control, right? Like these guys are already panicking and stuff.
It looks like it. You've got 3 for sure. Actually, sorry, this guy's gonna take some damage. Yeah, the guy that you've kind of got grappled isn't dead. He's struggling. He's burning on the land. But you've got 3 people captured, and 1 person, to your knowledge, that is surrendering.
Okay.
And then 2 incapacitated.
Okay, so I'm gonna look past the lava pool towards where Harris is, and I'm gonna see that this knight is, to me, too close to the group that Harris is trying to keep safe. So I'm just gonna pivot a bit. I just want to be out of their, I just want to be on the side of the lava pool so it's not impeding my view.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'd like to point towards him, and I'm going to cast Prison.
Is he not dead?
He's dead, by the way.
Oh, he's dead already?
I think I just
Which guy?
killed
This
him.
one.
The knight.
That knight?
Yeah.
Oh, this knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell to the ground unconscious. Well, like not. I don't know. He fell to the ground. He's not moving, and he was silent. There wasn't even a scream.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. Basically, to me, he's just too close for comfort. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to point towards him, but I'm going to cast Prison at level 2. So basically, I'm going to cast it. Or I'm going to get it at imprison 2 people. So they're going to have to do dex saving throws. But I'm going to try it just for these 2 guys.
I think
here.
they're both prone.
That's okay. I just don't want them to be able to move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just gonna give you this one. They're already pretty heavily incapacitated as it is. So yeah, you are successful in casting Prison on them. The warbling light kind of envelops them as they kind of like their arms are gripped or like clamped to their sides, and they are that same light kind of penetrates the ground almost, and
Cool.
they are grappled into the ground. They are trapped. Harris. Oh, sorry.
No, I just want to ask, do we know if the other caravans are, like, do we have any sign that the other caravans have people in them, or is it
As far as you know,
just the one?
yeah.
Okay.
As far as you know, they should all be people.
Oh,
That's what the debriefing is. And as it's kind of hard to hear it over the fighting, but yeah, you do hear kind of like voices and like panic inside of the caravans.
okay. I'll yell to Iris then. I'll say, Iris, get to the other caravans. I'll take care of these guys. Just leave. We can handle this. Just make sure the people are safe.
She'll split into 2 forms. Her hair now becoming, sorry, it's not shown very well over the token, but her hair now becoming completely white on one form, and her hair becoming completely black on the other form. One rushes towards this caravan, while the other one kind of nimbly, almost hopping over you, to kind of kick this mage in the face as he tries to go for like a firebolt on you or something, as he tries to cast a spell on you.
Cool.
She just yells out, this form yells out, "The people are safe as they can be in the caravans right now. Focus on the enemy in front of you." Harris, it's your turn.
All right. So I'm gonna move towards these people, these Amrans, and I'm gonna heal them for like 1 hit point each, or just since I only have 1 action, I'll just heal the one. I think the one that's burning.
Yeah, that would be
Like, yeah.
that would be this one.
The
That would
mage,
be the
yeah.
mage. Yeah. Yeah, he's also being he was being crushed by the knight, but after you casted prison on them, Alan, they are now on two separate spaces on the ground. As you heal him, you only heal him slightly, just enough to close his wounds.
Yeah.
The burning stops on him, the wounds stop. He doesn't regenerate his lost leg though. And he's still has clearly been very badly burned, and that doesn't regenerate as well. But for now, he should be in a stable condition.
Yeah.
You can feel him breathing. Or you can feel life in him.
Yeah.
As you take your hand off of him, it's almost like in the back of your head you hear the sound of breaking glass. Very, very quiet. But it does cause you to kind of turn around behind you where you see nothing. Or nothing out of the ordinary, at least. At this point, I think after getting kicked in the face, this mage will at least try to get some distance. But he isn't able to. He turns around, but Iris is very well trained, conjures up 2 dark daggers, and very swiftly plunges them into his back, nailing him into the ground. He is also, at this point, captured. Damien will kind of just walk forward, conjure up a construct of a very large maul, and just slam it into the chest of the knight on the ground. Kind of like when, Thor puts his hammer on top of Loki just to keep him there. He also does that, except this time it's a huge, beast of a hammer that he puts down on him. This mage that's on the ground, he'll just step on his chest and hold him on the ground. As far as you are aware, these 2 are captured and cannot move. Yeah. There's pretty much only one knight that remains, and he attempts to just flee. Alon, he is closest to you.
Not today. I'm gonna point to him and I'm gonna have to drop my prison on the other 2 because it's a concentration, but I mean, looks like they're done. So I'm gonna release my concentration there, and I'll just cast prison on him.
Isn't it my turn first?
Sorry, yeah, it should be your turn, but because he's closest to Andre.
Gotcha.
It's just
Or
like
Alon.
narrative. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I'll try to subdue him that way. So it's just a dex saving throw for him.
He's not expecting it. He'll roll that at disadvantage.
Okay.
Surprisingly, he breaks. He makes it. He is making it into the darkness. You did also have to take some time to drop the prison, so you feel you point your finger and you try to warble the light around you, but your head kind of starts to pound. Yeah, it just starts to pound. It's one of those headaches you get from overusing your powers. Probably the quick succession of canceling and activating caused it, maybe. Hard to say, but he makes his way into the darkness. Yeah.
So I'll look at Dante.
Yeah.
Do you want me to take care of him?
He looks over to the guy fleeing. Get him, Jet.
Okay. I'll run 30 feet.
Yeah.
And as I do, I'll use Creature of the Sun.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, that's a huge wall of
Yeah.
text there.
Wow.
Oh, that reminds me. I actually have to create another note. I'll do that in a second.
Yeah. I just want to fly.
Basically, so just a quick breakdown of it. Creature of the Sun basically just envelops Jet in flames, so he can fly. It also converts his damage into a whole new type of damage that I've created called Bright Damage that interacts with other forms of elemental damage. Just so you don't have to read that huge wall of text right now. So you'll just fly over him over here.
Yeah, or if I could like kind of maintain that like level, I just like if I could tackle him while I'm like.
Oh, of course. Yeah, cool.
Flying. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure that works.
Okay.
Make a dexterity check then.
10.
Let me just see here. He's also not expecting it, so he's gonna. I mean, yeah, you collide with him. You throw him off balance. You're both, though, however, kind of prone, like away from each other.
It's okay.
But for the most part, you accomplished sort of what you were going for.
Yeah. Cool.
Iris sees this, however, and this form starts running up. Luckily, because you managed to knock him prone, she gets to him fairly quickly, summons a lance out of light, and pierces it down into his thigh. From what you can tell from his screams, it goes straight through the thigh, straight through his leg into the ground. And I think at that, your first battle has been concluded.
Woo!
I can play this. Yeah. So, you managed to get through the fight with only a single casualty. Your lava pool sort of fades down, Jet. You guys are also free to move your characters as you wish. You drop the barrier, Harris. You guys are free to move as you wish. Dante, Damien, the kind of rest of them start grouping up the Baran soldiers.
Okay.
I like raise my
over here.
fist to fist bump like one of Iris's forms, the one that captured the guy. Teamwork. But I'll realize I'm a flame, and then be like, oh, sorry, and then I'll turn off.
As she escorts the knight back to the camp, she'll kind of just put her finger to like your palm like that.
Cool.
And then walk towards the camp, grouping this kind of just walking into her awaiting other form, merging back into one as she groups this knight back with the others.
I'll stabilize all the Amarans.
Yeah. So, yeah. Harris goes around stabilizing all the Amarans. Dante, Damien, the Saint kind of just relaxed up against the side of the caravan, while Damien, Dante, and Iris kind of keep watch around them, making sure that they're all immobilized, captured. They can't anything, as Harris kind of goes around stabilizing those who are wounded. What do the rest of you do? You've got some time before your own caravan catches up to you. Oh, sorry, by the way, I forgot to tell you, but Jet, you are the one who needs to signal the caravan to begin moving towards you.
Okay.
You would just do that by creating a flare with your fire.
Cool.
So I want to check on the kids.
Sure.
like I'm pretty tired at this point. Like all my spell slots are burned pretty much. I think I have one left. So like my health is fine. I didn't take a hit, but I'm pretty tired. But I want to walk towards the kids, and I want to check on them and just offer like rations if any of them need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are children there. They're not all children. There are more adults than there are children. But yeah, there is this one over here. The adult that was dragged out by the knight and was brutally beaten is being kind of clutched by a young girl, while the other kind of two people came out, a child and an adult, are also kind of just watching as they, kind of cling to each other. They are cautious of you at first, but they see who you're with, and they instantly warm up to you and accept any help that you're offering them.
Okay, so I know I'm like I can't heal or anything, so I would immediately yell out to Harris, noticing the kid that's hurt.
Yeah.
Harris, this one needs some help.
For your lovely consideration, this is Harris. A little light to show it, but
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll be right there.
Cool.
But yeah, so I'm only gonna give rations to the kids. I won't like do anything towards the adults, or like I won't, I'm just not gonna give rations to them, and I won't pay them any mind. It's just the kids.
Of course, the adults, they don't ask you for anything as you walk around tending to the kids, but they do thank you for saving them and for also attending to their kids, giving their kids rations and stuff like that.
I don't acknowledge them. Like I don't say anything.
Noted. Okay, cool.
I'm just standing. I went off to the side to signal a flare.
Yeah, sure.
Look at that badass. Right there.
Yeah, so you basically just walk
Ozai.
out into the middle of the road.
Oh shit. We're in a party with Ozai.
Basically, you just walk to the middle of the road and stick your hand up, shooting just a stream of fire into the air to alert your caravan that it's time to move up and collect what's left. It takes them about an hour to catch up to you. You were pretty far ahead of them, and you decided to move through the forest to maximize your stealth. Whoa. Actually, what have you guys here?
Oh.
I created a little bit of a resting page for you guys here. You guys can, use this to draw, note take. I don't know. Share things like images with each other if you have any. Don't abuse it, or I will cry on stream. As I was saying, yeah, the Belrowan soldiers that come out with the caravan start to load up the prisoners, as well as they also, like Alon did, tend to the citizens, ushering them into their own caravans, giving them food, giving first aid if they need to. There's not a whole lot of first aid that needs to be done, considering Harris already went through basically every single person there, healing them. Yeah. Your battle is over, but your mission is still not complete. You still need to escort these caravans of prisoners and civilians back to the city. But before you set off, is there anything that you would like to do?
Do we have time to rest?
I mean, you could probably rest on the way back.
Oh well, what I'm just concerned if something happens. I guess in character, you're right. Yeah, I would just like okay. I would just rest on the way back. I burned all my spell slots. Is the point?
Okay.
I just want to say to Jet in character, kind of just say, you know, we shouldn't kill these people. That wasn't the mission.
As you completely disintegrated and annihilated that one guy, and almost did the same to another guy.
I understood that the mission was to save the people. I had to do what I needed to do to stop them. That's all.
Well, this is not how you were trained.
Well, there's more than just this army.
I'll just leave it alone at that.
Just gonna make sure one more time. You guys are good to head out now? Anything else you want to do? Or anything else you feel you need to do? Or are you good to head back?
I'm good.
We know that the others have like restrained the bad
Yeah.
guys for sure. Okay.
Yep, they're completely restrained. Dante made great effort to do so, and after handing them over to the Belroian soldiers, they also made great deal to make sure that they were contained. They're being kept in their own separate caravan that's moving on a separate, not separate path, but with space between the civilians. You guys are also stationed in a caravan moving along with this group in case something goes wrong. But great efforts have been made to secure the caravan, or the prisoners.
Dante is the leader, right?
Yep, Dante is your leader.
Can I just ask him? No, never mind. No, sorry, I'm not gonna.
Dante, why you such a bitch?
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's good.
He actually, as you guys are setting up to go, Dante kind of he walks up to you, Harris. He plops his hand down on your shoulder, gives you like a double pat, says to you, "Great work, kiddo. I'm proud of you for prioritizing the civilians' safety. You did great work keeping them from harm's way."
Oh, thanks, Dante.
He also he grips your shoulder as well. He grips your shoulder now and says to you, "I'm also proud of your compassion for healing our enemies in this situation. Not many would do the same. And I'm glad that one of my allies can look past friend, foe, and just see that people are hurt. It means more than you think it does." If you have nothing to say, he'll take his hand off your shoulder, turning to you, approaching you, Alan, extending his hand out for like a handshake. Good work today. I'm glad we could have you with us today. You made this mission go a lot smoother.
I'll shake his hand.
He's got a very strong grip. He's a very big man. Both Damien and Dante are over 6 feet. Well over 6 feet.
I'm not really like into like that whole like like power struggle thing. Like I don't really like okay. Like yeah, I'm like I don't like go against him is the point. Like I'm not doing that. Like,
sorry. It doesn't seem like he's trying to
to alpha me.
Chad you.
Oh, okay.
It just he just has a strong grip. He's just a very strong man.
Okay. But I'll tell him I can only do so much. You know, it's hard to keep. It's hard to operate when you can't keep the team in order, Dante.
Like, is that like a jab at him?
No, no. Well, I guess no. It's more of like constructive criticism. Like it's a problem in the group. Like Jet just walked off, and Damien is a problem. Like it just like they're too hot-headed. No pun intended.
I'm also like sitting in this caravan. Like,
Yeah, I'll say it out loud.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
I'm just asking. Okay.
I was trying to make a plan, is the point, and it's like we can't. Like we are gonna lose lives if we operate like this. People are gonna get hurt.
He stopped shaking your hand, and his.
I would too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just been a long time, so
Yeah.
he stopped shaking your hand, and he agrees with you. Yes. Yes, I understand. A good leader would make sure that everyone is working in unison, and that is probably where I fail at the most. Although, I hope, and I'm sure you understand as well as I do, that everyone here is coming from a different place. No one here is interested in working as a team, but they're all interested in not working against each other. If that were to make any sense. And he kind of chuckles a bit. Everyone means their best, though. And I think doing what you can in any situation is always the greatest thing that you can do. And he'll give you like a nod before he kind of walks into the caravan. He passes you Jet. Doesn't say much. Gives you a nod. Good work out there today. See,
He doesn't like tell him off at all. Can we, I just like we're in the caravan, right? Is that or we're about to leave?
You guys are getting ready to leave.
Okay.
You're just outside of the caravan. You can head in as well.
I'm just gonna like in my like kind of frustration use my last spell slot. I'm just gonna like I'm just gonna use magnify gravity, and I just want to, I guess because I don't have any first level spell slots, I'm using it at second level, but I just want to like magnify gravity around a part of the forest where I know nobody is. I just like I'm pissed off, and I'm like I just want to like instead of punching something, I just use my powers.
Yeah. Sorry, why are you so frustrated?
Just because the team isn't working in cohesion, and then Dante is like not taking my criticism to heart, so it's frustrating. I see.
Yeah, warbling at your hand. Do you cry out, make a yell, or is it just like in a silent frustration?
I grit my teeth.
Venting?
Yeah, I'll just grit my teeth.
You grit your teeth. A small warbling appears in your hand as you kind of picture an area of the forest where you're sure nobody is. You clutch your hand into a fist over the warbling, and immediately you hear a off in the distance at basically the range of your spell. A couple of birds kind of fly out from the trees, and off in the distance you hear the wailing of a bear. Killed a bear, Alan.
Yeah.
You hear the wailing of 6 baby bear cubs.
Can I roll for nature, like just to see if I would recognize it as bears?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
My
turned
team
to
is killing all the people. Fucking rage. Just
turn to Alan, and under my breath I just go, "What the fuck?"
The fuck was that?
yeah.
You hear wailing off in the distance. It sounds like a monster. You're proud of yourself
Cool.
for killing what seems to be a monster.
I'll say it under my breath. Not loud enough for anyone to hear. I'll just be like, just a little more practice. Just a little more practice.
You get a sort of that was your last spell slot, right?
That's
what
it.
you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get a little bit of a pounding in your temples.
Okay.
You hear whispers again.
Okay.
They're not new to you. They're not unfamiliar, but you still can't make out what they're saying. But
Okay.
this, again, also happens when you begin to overuse your powers.
Hmm.
The
I still have my
whispers,
overload.
yeah.
Yeah.
Your whispers begin to fade. The whispers fade off after a brief moment, but your temples still pound fairly annoyingly. All right. Can I take that as you guys are ready to set off then?
Yeah.
Sure. You all load off into the caravan.
Are we in the
And-
same one together?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
You make your way back to the city of Belro. If it's possible, I think I'd like to call a break here because I need to use the bathroom.
Me too. Cool.
We will be right back.
Cover. back.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I'll go ahead. All right. So we left off our players had just defeated or had just successfully ambushed a Namaran caravan, attempting to kind of smuggle Belroan citizens out of the kingdom. They successfully captured an impressive amount of prisoners and are now currently on their way back to the city. Oh. That's actually the wrong one. Actually, no, that one works. So it isn't a short journey back to Belro. It takes almost a week before the city even comes into view. You face no problems getting back, though, however. And after a couple of days, the mountains, the famous Varone Mountains, kind of looming over the city, greet you as you approach the gates. You make it through without a problem, the barrier visible there kind of rippling as your carriage moves through the magic shield. Probably a good time to mention this now for, I think, the two that don't know this, or even Harry. I might not have told Harris, but the entire city is surrounded by an enormous magical dome that shields it from all magic elements, and even certain physical elements. The barrier is generated and handled by a large organization of pseudo-clerics, thus named by the churches, as they possess many of the healing abilities that a cleric would. A large portion of this organization is made up of Harris's family. His bloodline, pretty much, are the ones running this barrier. I will go ahead and...
Do we know that?
Yeah, this is pretty much common knowledge that the... Well, people don't know Harris specifically, but it's pretty much common knowledge that there is basically a family responsible for the defense, this barrier of around Belro. And you guys know that it's Harris's family. But that's pretty much the extent of your knowledge. I think I meant to play this one. All right. So I will now move you into the city of Belro. Please forgive me if this doesn't look quite professional or if it's not super, like, fantastically detailed, but this is kind of just a simplified map of the major parts of the city. There's a legend for you there at the bottom, but if you have any questions, I can always expand on things. Right now, you're currently supposed the carriage. Right now, the caravan is currently on its way to the military zone, which you can find over here. Also, feel free to, if you're moving around the kingdom separately, to drop your token on the map, or even to draw out a path. Just make sure the map doesn't get too cluttered. But yeah, you guys make your way through the city. There is a huge road down the center of the city, basically. You take it all the way, that leads directly to the castle, but you don't enter the castle. Instead, you go around to the left side of the castle and kind of loop behind it into the military zone. You split off from the caravans as the prisoners are ushered into the prison. You are all now, forgive me, I'm going to move you for your reference in this area over here.
This is the military area.
Yeah, you're currently in the military area. Just for reference, this is the main castle.
This, the blue one?
Yeah, that is the main castle.
Cool.
I just lumped it in with the nobles. but it technically should be its own category of royalty. If you guys have any questions about anything, feel free to ask them. I can answer them as we go. But for now, we fall into the open world kind of portion of the campaign. What would you guys like to do? You each have your own goals. I will prompt you with this, however. As you exit the caravan and as the prisoners are loaded up into the prison, Iris, the saint, disappear almost immediately without a trace. Damien goes, walks off to one portion of the military area and begins to take part in some training. Dante, however, begins to walk to the castle, stops himself, turns around, and comes back to the three of you. He says this to all three of you, not really to much of you, Harris, but mainly to Alon and Jet. Because I know the two of you aren't so big on reports, but if someone could come to handle the breakdown with the king with me, that would be great. Aside from you, Harris, I know you're great. You accompany almost every time. But I'm sure the king would appreciate it if the report was given from multiple members.
I'll look at Jet. Like, I want to see what his reaction is.
From his body language and the way he's talking, he's not forcing you to come. He's just asking you politely. This is not something that he usually does. Usually he tries to demand it, but that hasn't worked in the past, and so now he's taking a new approach, it seems to you.
I need to talk with the king anyways.
He kind of, his face tries not to make it obvious, but his face kind of lifts a bit when he hears you say that you'll be accompanying it too. He kind of looks somewhat eagerly at you, Alan.
Yeah, I'll come with.
Fantastic. He turns around kind of with a spring in his step as he starts walking towards the castle. Okay. Yeah, you follow Dante up to the king's quarters. Yeah, you follow Dante through the castle, through its magnificent halls, over its lavish red carpets, and its grand wealth aside you. It's almost strange that you denied living in the castle, with how luxurious and how much wealth is here in this building. You see royalty and nobles pass by you, aside from also guards keeping watch as you walk through the halls upstairs. You eventually make it towards the king's chamber, where he holds his conferences and his strategy meetings, and where he also receives his reports. Dante knocks lightly at the door and awaits for a few moments before he's called in. The door opens, and a lovely young woman kind of ushers you into the room. Harris, you recognize her as your family's kind of assistant. When you pass her, Harris, she kind of bows to you. Welcome back, young master.
Like how old?
A little bow.
For your information, her name is Ayara.
I pass Ayara my book bag.
She takes it and she stands patiently holding it at the door.
How old does she look? Sorry.
She's like 23.
I'll lift up. Oh no, I won't lift it up. My bad. Yeah, I'm just gonna like give her a smile, like a suggestive smile.
He gives you one of those like kind of forced, uncomfortable forced smiles. She's never really interacted with anyone in your group aside from Harris.
Not yet.
You should say yet. Yeah. You approach the king at the end of the room. He's sitting in his chair, in front of what you would call a round table. He doesn't stand, but he kind of waves his hand, acknowledging your presence. He looks to Dante. Your report. Before Dante relays the results of the ambush. The king is pleased by this news, even as Dante relays that one soldier was unfortunately murdered during the ambush. He is still pleased that you managed to get a significant amount of prisoners. And in total honesty, he's probably happy as well that some Amarian scum got murdered.
How does he describe it? Like he just describes it like detail by detail? Like what does he sound like? Like does he sound proud of it or
Just matter of fact.
It's
Yeah.
just matter of fact as he
Okay.
relays the details that he's aware of, that he collected from the others. From all of your perspectives, it's fairly accurate. He leaves out the kind of interactions he had with you, Jet, about you acting on your own. He doesn't kind of report those instances of people acting on their own train of thought, their own like kind of priorities. Just matter of fact details about the ambush. When he finishes, the king dismisses him, and he turns and he exits the room.
Before he leaves, can I try to step forward a bit? Like I'm assuming I'm kind of behind Dante.
Yeah.
I'd like to just take like a step forward, not even like like going in front of what's his Dante, but I'd like to like ask almost for like permission to speak.
He waves his hand as if allowing you.
He says, I'll say to Dante, I wouldn't say this. I would not speak behind your back. But I'd like to include in the report that I don't believe Dante is fit to lead the... Can I say squadron? What is it? The unit?
The Guardians. You can say the Guardians. You can say Squadron, but you're called the Guardians.
He's not fit to lead the squadron. He does not command respect or reprimand his inferiors for stepping out of line, and people will get hurt if we continue in his command.
Dante's face kind of hardens a bit, but he doesn't say anything, and he doesn't make any obvious reaction. Instead, he briefly glances down towards you with a hardened face before resetting his expression and facing the king once again. After hearing what you said, the king looks towards Dante. Dante, is this true? Dante takes a deep breath before saying, "It is." As Alan says, I am not commanding enough respect from the members of the group. I guess you could say that that by respecting each member's individuality, I'm not making my own effort to keep them in line. And Alan is correct in the fact that this may one day cost somebody that we are meant to protect their lives. There's a moment of silence in the air before the king waves his hand. You're dismissed, Dante. I will consider this report, and I will consider this information that's been brought to me. But for now, you are dismissed to go about your business until you are called again. Dante does the bow before turning and heading out of the room. The king turns his attention towards the three of you, and he says to you, I'm guessing by the fact that the three of you are still here, you're awaiting something from me. He kind of sits there waiting for one of you to come forward.
Correct. Another mission completed. I believe I'm owed something.
He kind of leans over and shuffles through some papers that are on the, some parchment that's on the table. He goes through a couple of them before picking one up and placing it towards you on the table. It says, this is the information that my people have been able to get, or to gather, within the last month. I still haven't received a report from the main leader, or my main reconnaissance leader. If you'd like, you can go see him yourself. He may have something new for you, or he may not.
Where is he?
You should be getting ready to interrogate the prisoners.
All right. I'll grab the paper and tuck it in my.
That's all you need. You are dismissed.
I'll push past Ellen. Like bumping shoulders.
And the rest of you? He's almost kind of impatient at this point.
You know what I'm after, Your Majesty. You promised information.
He kind of sits up in his chair at your disrespect. But it seems like he lets it go. Yes. You did great work today. And your addition to the report, is appreciated. Your information you can find with... he rummages through the parchment once again, pulling out a couple of papers. He again places, similarly to Jet, towards you on the table, a scroll of parchment. He says, you can find a more detailed report with the group with the caravan that is currently preparing to journey out to Makida. The leader of that squadron can fill you in of the details. That is all you need. You are dismissed.
I'll do like a half version of a bow, not just because I don't care so much, and I'll just do like a half version of that. I'll take it and then I'll go.
As you're walking out of the room, he kind of blatantly just states, "It would do you great to learn some respect, Guardian."
I'll stop, look over my shoulder. I won't turn to face him. I'll just say, Your Majesty, and then I'll leave.
I'll do the full bow. I wasn't gonna ask for anything from the king. I was just kind of waiting till the whole group does their thing.
He stops you while you're bowing. You do great. You do great work, Harris. Despite your unfortunate bloodline
Whoa,
or your unfortunate ancestry.
throwing shade.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I clarify? Like, why is it
Yeah,
unfortunate?
you can clarify it.
Like in character?
Like, who? No, I need clarification. Sorry.
Oh, you need clarification.
Why is
Oh
it
yeah,
unfortunate?
so it's just because so I can clarify. I can use your backstory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Harris is a half elf,
Oh,
which means they are born of an elf and a human.
that's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I said bloodline. I misspoke. I
Oh.
meant to say ancestry, because his mother is a elf. And their current Belro is a human-dominated kingdom, so you can kind of guess where this is coming from.
Okay. I don't acknowledge that. I just continue my bow, and just say Your Majesty and leave. Before leaving the door, I talk to the assistant and ask her where my father is. So I want to go see him.
He is in the barrier room, young master. If you'd like, I can accompany to him. I was on my way there myself.
Sure, thank you.
She holds the door open for you, still holding your book bag. She's treated you with nothing but kindness since you can remember. She was one of your caretakers, pretty much, from quite a young age as well. She's only 8 years older than you. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So you each have split up already. That was fast, into your own separate kind of goals. So I'm gonna play this, and I'm just gonna hope this is. Yeah, that's good enough. So you've all kind of split up already. You each have your own goals, your own priorities. I think we'll start with Jet first. We'll just briefly touch on each of your goals.
Yeah, so I just want to go see that reconnaissance leader in the interrogation.
Sure. I'm going to drag your character onto the map if you don't mind. Harris, I will also drag you onto the map. Okay. So you go to see the reconnaissance leader in the interrogation room. Yeah, you pass by soldiers in training as you walk through the military field. You walk into the room. It's not a pleasant place, really, and the sight of it brings back a lot of bad memories for you. It's a tiny bit triggering as you see all these people in chains. You see pretty much crudely laid out torture tools. Yeah, the place does not bode well. You also realize that you would have talked to this guy in the past. You see on the other side of the room the reconnaissance leader. This is some nice music for this. He's not torturing anybody yet. No, he's just going through some notes on a desk. As you walk past hallways leading past people in cells and all that. People in chains, all that junk. You approach him at his desk. He doesn't even notice you approaching up. He's going through a lot of paperwork right now, reading through lots of parchment, writing down things. It seems like he's handling a lot.
Do I know his name?
Yeah.
It's like
You know his first name, which is Cam.
Cam. Hello, Cam.
He stops, kind of jolts, like you startled him, before centering himself and looking up at you. Ah, Jet, what brings you here?
The king mentioned you might have information for me.
Ah, it's about that, yes. My apologies. He puts down his quill as he starts going through the papers again in his desk. I've been so busy as of late with all these reports, organizing and whatnot. Marin's been on the move. He kind of stops what he's doing, looks up at you. As I'm sure you know. This generates a lot of reports, a lot of incidents all around the kingdom, and going through all of them is, well, going through it alone is a bit of a difficult task. I didn't have time to give the king my latest report. He pulls out a small piece of parchment before giving it to you. I understand it's quite small, quite smaller than the one the king gave you. He says, I understand that this report is quite small. And I apologize that I could not get any more for you. I'm somewhat aware of your situation, and I understand how important this information is for you.
That's all right. I appreciate what you found.
He gives you a nod. Before he remembers, that's right. There's been some activity in the underground recently. Recent enough I did not have time to include it in my report.
Mm-hmm.
He's been moving.
Where?
That slave trader you're so adamant to find. As far as I know, he's even moving through elven lands.
Huh.
He got even more connections now in Amaran. They seem to be allowing him to move freely through their kingdom.
Of course.
His network, it's a lot bigger than you think, Jet. If you're going to go about dismantling it, you're going to need to be careful, or you're going to need a lot of help.
I'll deal with it the way I deal with it.
Yep.
Thank you, Cam.
He picks up his quill and an empty piece of parchment. He kind of writes a couple of things on the list before he kind of tears it off and hands it to you. There's been some movement as well in the underground of Belro. Might be interesting for you.
I'll look into this.
I'll see you around soon, Jet. As he goes back to his paperwork.
See you.
Alright. Given that, is there anything you'd like to do in response to that? Real briefly before I move on to the next person.
I just want to pick up a bunch of food and then head to my home.
Sure. Alright, cool. Yeah, you just head over quickly to the supply station of the military. You just take a bunch of rations. Nobody really minds. One of the guards who wasn't really paying attention when you walk past kind of gets up as he hears rummaging. He turns to go tell you off, sees who you are, and then just goes back to sleep, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially in the military, you guys have a pretty big rep.
Mhm.
You can get away with a lot of stuff that regular soldiers wouldn't dream of doing.
I also wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
We're not all living in the castle, right?
No,
Or-
as far as I know, only Harris's.
Okay. So I don't know if I said, but like now that there's a map, can my home be in like the low wealth area?
Yep, I had assumed that you'd want.
Thank you.
Um, Of course. So it will take you quite a while to get there. Walking, it would take you about... I don't know how to estimate that, but it'd be like walking from Richmond to like North Delta.
Oh, it's huge. I see.
Yeah.
Do I have access to like a
you can
horse?
take a carriage.
Or okay, yeah.
Jeez,
Sure.
that's huge.
Yeah.
He's walking like a few hours.
Yeah. So you take a carriage. It's still going to take you a couple hours to get back to low residential zone.
Maybe.
Yeah,
he's
sorry.
walking
The
like a
city is
geisha.
very simplified for you, but it is
Mm.
massive. It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest kingdom. No, it is the biggest kingdom. Sorry, I misspoke. Belro is the biggest kingdom out of the 4.
Cool.
So I think we'll go to Alan next. We'll just do it in that order of who left the room first.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going straight to the leader of that squadron that he mentioned.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Actually, real briefly, Jet.
Hmm.
As you pass by the well, as you pass kind of through the castle, and down through the main kind of area in front of the castle, I forgot what it's called. But this part here, it's this plaza. It's this huge. It's this massive plaza. Fountain, statues, empty space. Real nice, like plain and decorated like area. As you're walking through it, you see that a large amount of people are actually setting up what looks to be like a stage.
Do I know of like a festival or something happening? Or like
No, you don't actually.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll move on to Alan if you don't want to pursue that, but just make note of that.
Okay.
So Alan.
Yeah, so I'll go straight to that squadron leader that's headed to Makita.
Sure. They are just prepping here in this tower, in the strategy tower. You're greeted by what you assume to be members of the platoon or the squad. The squadron leader also greets you. You don't know this man, but he obviously knows who you are. He outstretches your hand in greetings. Do you shake it?
Yeah, just briefly, like 1, 2
Yeah.
shake. Like
Yeah, kind of just squeeze. You each just squeeze each other's hands.
Cool.
And leave it at that.
Yeah.
Or at least he squeezes your hand. You don't have to reciprocate.
No, I'll still have like I'll shake his hand, but I'm not gonna like.
A handshake is very important. It's a first.
Yeah, exactly. No.
Oh my god.
No,
I
no,
hate it
no.
when people do that.
I know exactly. No, I'm just gonna shake his hand, firm handshake. But the point is, I'm being brief about it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't notice, or at least doesn't let on that he notices that you're being brief with him. Yeah, he kind of just debriefs you on the information that is relevant to you only because that the person that the information is kind of revolving around meets the description you have of Luna.
Can I do a quick like the way that I would present it is I would just be like, or he knows he's expecting me, or I'm
No.
coming to. Okay, so I'll say a woman. This description. What do you know? The point is I'm being very like as succinct as possible.
Well, there was an attack on a city on the outskirts of Belro. Well, not a city, sorry, a village on the outskirts of Belro. By the time our reconnaissance got there, the village was up in flames. We'd assumed it would be Amaran forces, but the only thing we sighted was a woman leaving the scene. She met these descriptions, but we're not able to capture her, take her in. She seemed to be heading in the direction of Makita.
And then question to you, DM, how far is Makida? Like, travel time?
Ooh, it's like traveling the other end of like a country or something. It's like
Oh, fuck.
it is
Okay.
far. It's like 3 weeks by carriage at least.
Okay. Or I'll say, are there still men in the area?
I assume we should have some scouts generally in the area, not within a day's journey though.
Okay. I'll kind of crumple the paper, whatever the king gave. Just like, yeah, just getting frustrated again. But I'm gonna ask, will you alert me to any other sightings, should there be any? I don't want to have to go through the king again, just to get a vague clue of where she might be.
Well, he's kind of like it's like talking to a celebrity for him. He's like, oh well, of course, yes. I'll relay any information we have or that I receive, directly to you. However, I'm not the one receiving information all the time. For that, you might want to talk to the reconnaissance leader.
Jeez, I'm going on a wild goose chase here. I've done what the king asked, and now I have to go. It's just one thing I'm asking for. Now I have to go all around trying to get that.
He's kind of just like, whoa. he's like, I'm just a guy. I'm just under orders to pursue this woman. If you'd like, I'm sure you can join the squadron. But if you need more information on her, I'm not the one collecting the information. I've just been given orders. Yeah, he's basically just like a captain of like a squad.
Okay, so I'll be like heavy breathing, like just kind of like
just
my
like
heart is probably
just
racing.
He's like, holy shit, he's like so intimidated.
Okay, I don't know. So should I go to the reconnaissance leader, or should I leave it at that for now? Like,
that's up to you. If you want to go to the reconnaissance leader, I'm just gonna move over to Harris real quickly though.
sure.
Before I give any sort of conclusion.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna change up the music real quick.
Harris gets that rich people music. It's what it is. Goddamn. Rich.
We've been listening to that one track for quite a while now. All right, so Harris, you follow Ayara down the hallways of the castle before she leads you towards a kind of more secluded off area of the castle. She, instead of just opening, you stand before like a pair of huge doors, but instead of just kind of opening them, she runs her fingers across parts of the wood, kind of forming a series of symbols and shapes before she puts all 5 of her fingers kind of on the door and twists like that, like she's kind of inserting her fingers into like a key and then like keyholes and then twisting. It's like the wood almost twists and turns on the door as you hear like a series of cogs twist and turn, and the doors slowly move open, revealing a descending hallway or staircase. She leads you down. You recognize this. It's the second precaution, the first being the magic door, in defending the barrier room of the castle, probably the most integral part of the entire kingdom. It is the room that houses the barrier crystal, which defends, or which powers the, which is used as a catalyst to create the barrier around the city. She leads you through the hallways, through the maze, so you don't get lost. Although you do know the path yourself.
I want to Just speak to Ayara for a bit and just say, Ayara, do you like serving us?
Well, of course.
Don't you think there's more to life than just the city and his family?
She kind of hums and like haws for a moment. Well, I guess if your life isn't for the city or your family, but the city is everything to me. And my duty is everything to me as well. That's why I remain here. That's why I serve family, so that the kingdom can prosper. Or so that the kingdom is always safe.
I just take that information in. I just go, huh.
Is there anything troubling you, young master?
I'll tell you later. Until we speak to my dad.
Very well. You emerge from the hallway to a huge room. You don't know how far you are underground, or even where you are geographically. But you can probably assume that you're very deep underground, as this room, even above you and below you, there is a huge amount of like open space. The room itself is like cylindrical. There are 3 floors that which you can see. Right now you are on the top floor. There's a floor underneath you, and then there is the bottom floor. The floors are kind of in a circular pattern with open space in the middle, so you can look down on the bottom floor. When you do so, you see a lot of what you know to be pseudo clerics standing on pedestals around a barrier crystal, channeling mana into the crystal as a light kind of comes up through the top of the crystal, shooting through into the ceiling. This is the process that powers the barrier that defends the city. Yeah, you make your way to the first floor, which is kind of where your father is working in his own office. I assume that's where you wanted to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ayara knocks on the door. You hear your father say, "Enter."
I enter.
You both enter into the room. You see your father sitting at the desk, reading a book.
I say, it's me, father.
Ah, Harris, Ayara. Good to see you're back in good condition, Harris.
Thank you. Actually, about that, I do want to withdraw from the military. I just feel like I need to explore. I need to know more about my ancestry.
You what now? You want to do what now? No, I'm just kidding. His face kind of does harden up a bit and get very serious as he closes the book and sits it down on his desk.
I hear these whispers in my head every night, and I've been doing some digging, and I think they're related to this power that we have, this gift. And what I found was that our gift was actually passed down to us by this alchemist.
His face will kind of contort in like shock.
And I just need to know more about it.
Harris. Wait. Harris. We'll break down the rest of that afterwards. What do you mean you've been digging? What have you been reading? You wouldn't have gotten into the prose, did you?
I have.
Harris, you know that book is forbidden.
But
They're the writings of a madman.
I'm called to it.
Called to it. Harris, what are you talking about?
I think there's a big secret. And I need to uncover it.
Harris, there is no secret. That book was written by crazy, greed-driven man. He didn't care about human life. He didn't care about it so much that he began to not care about his own. He was mad. He was considered mad. The only reason that prose exists is because, yes, you are correct. This power that we hold in our bloodline, it's not passed down to us as a bloodline feature. But its technique is taught to us. It pulls on magic deep within inside of you that we did not even know was there to begin with. These whispers that you're hearing, Harris, this news scares me. This news that you're reading the prose yourself? He kind of stands up from his desk and walks towards you, and he puts his hands on the side of your arms. Tell me you're not going crazy, Harris. Please.
No, Father.
He cuts you off. You already have so much to deal with. If the others find out you've read the prose, they'll banish you like your mother.
Well, maybe that's a good thing.
He'll take his arms or his hands off of you. I kind of look to Iara for for her to say something, but she's also just as shocked as he is. In fact, she dropped your book bag when you said that you read the prose. Harris, you cannot take the same path as this man. It will destroy you. He was chasing things. He didn't care how he caught up to them, and he destroyed himself. That prose, I can't iterate it enough. It was written by a madman.
I kind of sigh and kind of know that my father will be stuck with his idea. So I just want to ask him at least pull me out of the military. It's not for me.
Yes. Yes, I believe that's the best option for now. Pull you out of the military. But you'll be staying here. Under watch, under guard. And he looks towards Iora. You must monitor what he reads. I don't want him reading the prose anymore. How did you even get to it? He doesn't even wait for a response before he goes back to his desk and kind of sits down, muttering to himself, holding his hands to his head.
I take my leave here.
Sure. Real quickly, actually, before you do, the there's a knock. There's a kind of like a frantic knocking on the door. Um, they don't even wait for an answer before someone walks in. Um, uh, Mr. On Lake, I've got a rather interesting report here. He doesn't look up. Your father doesn't look up. It just says, "What is it?" Well, um, so earlier today, we got a strange reading on the barrier. Um, actually, I'm not quite sure what this is. I've never got a reading quite like this before. Well, actually, I didn't want to say it, but it's sort of similar to the readings we get from the Guardians, but it's not any of theirs. At least it doesn't match the previous reports. Huh. Leave it on my desk. It's probably just reacting to someone's magic. He's pretty tired, pretty done. Iara, show Harris to his room. She'll pick up your book bag and she'll kind of tug on your arm. Young master, I think it's best if we dismiss ourselves to your quarters.
I nod and leave.
Yeah, so before I go any further, can I just get real quickly what the rest of you are doing, like for the rest of the day? Just like really briefly.
I want to go to the recon leader.
Sure. Jet?
When I got to like my little like house or area,
Yeah.
I kind of called out to like all the like kids and whoever's in that nearby,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, I brought food. Come around.
Yeah. All right. We'll get sorry, Alan. We'll get to you in a second. All the kids they flock to you. Is this the first time you've done this? Is this like a reoccurring thing?
No, I try to do this every time I come back.
Yeah.
Mission.
Yeah. They recognize your voice. They come running, laughing, cheering, like kid noises.
Yeah.
Happy kid noises. As they hungrily take the food and they eat it, giving you hugs and like some of the rowdier ones playfully like slapping the back of your boot or trying to climb you.
Yeah.
Just being little shits in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just. All right. You go and take some of that food home to your families.
Yeah.
And then I'll head back to just rest and gather my notes.
Sure thing. Alon, we'll wrap you up and then we'll progress.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to go to the reconnaissance leader. That's the same one. I guess I wouldn't know anyways, but that's the same one that Jet went to earlier, right?
It is, yes. It's just over here.
Okay. So I'll head over there immediately after speaking with the pushover captain guy or the that guy.
Yep, that sounds right.
And then I'll go and I'm just like at this point I'm slamming doors open, like storming down.
There is no door on this.
Oh. Well,
yeah.
Point is like I'm like storming through. Like I'm just
so angry you kick where a door should be, but there isn't any.
Yeah, and
the guard standing watch is like, holy shit.
If there were a door there.
Oh my god, this guy's pissed.
Yeah. And if anybody gets in my way, I don't care who they are. Like I'll just like trample over them. Even like I'm gonna push past people. Yeah, and then I'll get to the guy, and I don't know. Um, I'll say again to this guy, a woman, this description. I'll like shove the paper into his chest. What do you know?
He's just like, what the fuck? He spilled his ink. He like a bunch of all over his notes and a bunch of shit. And he looks up and he's like really angry. And then he sees who you are and he's like, he holds his tongue. He takes the paper and he goes over the description. Let's see. He goes through his desk, looking at over a couple of reports. Yeah, a couple of other. Yep, she's the one. I mean, he puts the other like notes back in his desk before the kind of just like sliding this one across the table back to you. This woman was seen across Zaid a couple of times.
Where? I'll say that in character.
Zaid, it's to the northwest.
Okay.
Yeah, just to the north of the Amaran Empire.
How long ago?
How long ago? These are old. He looks through them again. These are like months old.
If there's like a desk or something, I know it's like a torture chamber, but whatever, like a something to kind of lean back on, I'll lean back, like kind of defeated. Like my shoulders will drop.
You can lean like that on his desk.
It's forward though, right? I guess to the, okay, fine. Like
or you can like turn around.
Turn
and, like,
around.
back, I guess. Or
with my back to him.
yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. And I'll look at I don't know, is there blood on the floor or whatever?
It's at least a little bit cleaner here since this is technically his office, and he doesn't want to
a
be
little bit cleaner.
He doesn't want to be. Well, sometimes he has to bring people in here himself to
Ew.
get information. So yeah, but he does generally want to keep himself farther away from all the torture areas, so he doesn't have to listen to people scream as they get whipped and tortured. But yeah, I guess you could say that there's some dried blood in like the corners of the room, but it's not like a lot. Probably just from him like slamming a face into a wall and giving someone a bloody nose.
Okay. So I'll just okay. Well, I guess it's not recent, but I'll just kind of stare down then towards the ground, and I'll like without looking at him, I'll just say, "Your information is useless. It's even older than the information that I got from the captain." Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the information you got from that captain, they're acting on it's like a week old.
Okay. Okay. I'll turn around. I'll kind of like snap back. I'll look at him, point my finger at him, and I'll say, "If you hear anything, you'll tell me."
He's just like, what the fuck? Dude, he's like, he's like, he already has to report to Jet, and so now he's got you coming at his throat. He's like, but he can't say anything. So he's like, if a report comes, I'll make note. If a report comes, I'll send someone to alert you.
Okay.
But then he looks over his notes at his kind of like ink stained notes again before he says, but considering the pattern that's already here, the next sighting will probably be weeks old as well. If you're looking for something fresh, you'll have to go to the source.
What source?
Well, that report you gave me, he'll point to it's still on the desk, I presume, unless you snatched it back up.
No, it's with him.
Actually, I thought you crumpled it.
Yeah, like I crumpled it and then I just like shoved it. This time I just shoved it.
Well, he points to it. It's still on his desk then, I guess. Well, reports a week old said she was heading towards Makida. She might be in Makida, or at least in the surrounding area. They're a small nation, but they've got settlements outside of their main city.
Communication is it done by like Crow here, or like do they have that even?
Um, Crow, yeah, it's like it's archaic. Like
Mhm.
not archaic. It's not on that. It's not that bad, but it's like home phone versus cell phone.
Okay. So
It's kind of like they still use it because there's still so many. It's like so widespread. It doesn't require magic,
yeah.
but they do use at least at certain times some form of magical communication between each other.
Okay. Uh, so he says, I'll say to him, okay, you look like a man that can get very creative. Yes?
Sure.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I, the king owes me this favor. I'll give you
Another
this.
one, ah.
Yes. I'll give you this, and I'll hand him the 10 gold that I have. That's all I have in gold, I guess. I'll put it on the desk, and I'll say, if you can have, if you have any men, any spies, or any men stationed in Makida, just have them do a search of some sort, or just keep their eyes open and report back. She might be gone by the time I can get there myself. So the point is, if you can have any men you have stationed there or nearby to take a look for me, take this as a just a gesture of my willingness to find her. There's more where that came from.
Except you said it was the last of what you had. I know you didn't say that out
Yeah.
loud, but it's just
Yeah, so I'll roll
um
deception if I have to, but that's what I'm saying to
no,
him.
no, he doesn't he takes the gold
Yeah.
and he kind of takes it like the stack, like pinches it like the stack and holds it kind of like that.
Yeah.
Um or at least some of it anyways. Um so for your information,
Yeah.
this is like useless to him.
Why? Because
He's on the king's salary basically, which is just a blanket term for um
Fucking rich.
you know, back in Bishop's March where we had the handkerchief,
yeah.
it's basically the king's salary is that. Anything that he could get within the city, he can get basically in the military base for free, and it's better. Um, he also gets like a salary to like for his family, like they're kept in like the higher end zone in this area oh whoops, in this like area over here, which are like the knights kind of like their families are kept as well.
Okay, so money is not a thing for this guy. Can
Sorry,
I?
however, I'm not finished yet.
Oh, okay.
Um, this is just for your information, um, right now. However, he does take the gold, um, because it's off the table money or off the record money,
hmm
which is valuable in its own way. He doesn't have to declare it. He doesn't have to declare anything, right?
hmm
It's like tax free, basically.
Yeah.
So he pockets it, and it might not be valuable to get him anything, but he can use it to persuade other people. Perhaps he is a reconnaissance guy, and he is crafty, as you assumed. Um, he pockets it. He says to you, "Yeah, I have some men stationed around the border and dwelling on the outs, or dwelling just outside the nation of Makida. I'll send a message. Tell them to keep an eye out and report back if they come across a woman meeting these details. I'll let you know. This information will be fresh. Although, it may not help as much. You'll still have to get to her. That'll take weeks in itself."
I'll deal with that when I get there.
Right. Well, if you don't mind, he kind of gestures to the mess that the ink made when it spilled. Um, I have a lot of work to redo. If that's all you need from me, then I'll be getting back to my business as he kind of like reaches into his desk and pulls out more parchment.
Yeah. I show no empathy. Like I don't really. I just walk out.
Yeah, he doesn't really acknowledge you leaving. He's kind of already expected you to leave
Yeah.
at that point.
Okay. Cool.
Very cool. Anything else of importance, or are you just heading back to your house to stuff?
Um. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just go down for the night. I. In the commercial area, can I stay at like a hotel? Is that possible? Like I don't want a permanent house. Like an inn. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're inns
Okay.
in the commercial area. Sorry, I'll expand a little bit more. The commercial area, while also being like a place where like there are stores and stuff like that, is also where all the adventurers gather.
Hmm.
That's where the Adventurers Guild is, the inns, a huge amount of bars for the adventurers. Anything you'd find in a starter D&D village, you would find in the commercial area.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
However, you can find most of the things that are in here spread across the city as well. It's not like this is the only area in the city with stores.
Okay. I mean, would I be would our would we be inclined to like regroup or no?
Not really.
Okay.
We're
You
just
haven't ordered
all
to.
fine, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're like just genuinely curious with each other's lives.
No, not right now.
But,
I don't think I would be. I think I'm troubled.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd share where I live with them also.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I think the size of each other's problems, at least for mine, isn't like as big as theirs. So it's like kind of like, why would they care about my 15-year-old problems? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, Andre.
Yeah.
Sorry to spring this on you right now. Do you mind? Actually, no, this isn't really gonna work, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, no, never mind. Um, yeah, never mind. Okay,
Okay.
so you're all going down to sleep at this point. Jet, as you fall into sleep, um, you feel yourself floating in darkness. At first, it feels like you're freezing cold. But slowly, your body begins to warm as you ignite into flames. And as your body completely is enveloped in the fire, you see almost like covered in like a fog, basically, uh, a figure. And they move as if they're reaching out to you, and you feel like they're trying to say something to you. But it's muffled, and you can't make out what it is. Fog ignites and wraps itself in the figure in a swirl. And just like that, it's gone. And once again, you fade into darkness, the darkness of your dreams.
Have I seen this before?
No, nothing as powerful as this. You've seen fire in your dreams that you figure to be significant, but you haven't felt anything this powerful.
Okay.
Alan, as you sleep, you hear a voice, a raspy voice. But it too is quiet. You can't hear what it's saying. But it's repeating one thing over and over. For the entirety of your dreams. you hear it speak this one word over and over before it eventually fades into the darkness of your dreams. Harris, as you dream, you walk upon clouds. Actually, for you guys back here. You walk upon what seems like clouds, but they're solid beneath your feet. You walk forward, and each time you take a step, it sounds like glass breaking. You see a figure in front of you, clouded in blue mist. It reaches out to you with open arms. Do you approach it?
I do.
What do you do when you're face to face with it? It holds out its arms towards you.
I kind of just touch one of them.
He kind of like reaches forward to clasp your hands like this. You hear directly in your mind. It's the sound of chimes and broken glass. But yet you understand it as a voice. Are you free?
Are you asking me in character?
Yes.
I say no.
There's more chimes and broken glass. It sounds almost sympathetic. Do you want to be free?
I say yes.
It's like one chime. Ding! As it rings through your head. And you wake up in your bed. You're sweating. You're really cold and hot. It's like you have a fever. But your mind is quiet. And aside from your current body temperature, you don't feel like anything really has happened to you. The rest of you wake up as well. It's a new day in Belrow. So you guys have actually got letters, I guess. You have been summoned. It is about midday. If you guys were expecting to wake up early, you have overslept. If you were planning to go later into the day, well, you've underslept. Congratulations. Unfortunate either way. But you have been summoned
Okay.
to the king's room. So,
Is it like forceful?
yes, it is an urgent summons.
Okay, urgent summons. Okay, I will go.
Even you, Harris, even though you've been recalled from the military, you have been called. All right. So then I'll just move you guys back to the city. You're standing before the king in his chamber, in the round table. You see the other members of your group around you. Iara, the saint. Or not Iara, sorry. Iris, the saint. Damien, Dante. They're standing there as well as a lot of other people that you recognize as council members. While this city does work in a kind of monarchy, they make decisions in a sort of democracy. The king's word has a huge weight on the matter, but it does help to have other voices present in the room. They're discussing something as you walk in. Do you guys walk in all together, or do you take your time getting there, or how urgent is this to you?
I would take my time.
Oh, okay then. Well, actually, I should have asked this to the beginning because this is going to change who's there.
I go as soon as I get the notice.
Okay. Jet?
Yeah, I'll leave when I get it, but I assume because I'm farther away, it might.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Jet, you'll pretty much arrive at around the same time as Alan. But Harris, you'll walk in there. You'll see everyone I just mentioned, and they're very seriously discussing a matter. As you walk in, you recognize that they are actually talking about something very similar to what you overheard last night from that assistant who ran in and alerted that there was a strange signature that entered the barrier. You don't get to join the conversation, but you do hear them arguing about their plans of action, if they should fully mobilize the guard, or if they should keep this matter sort of concealed to hide panic. The general consensus seems to avoid panic, but you do catch more semi-startling news. It depends how much you really care. Another similar strange reading has been found in the barrier, which means that either the strange reading exited the barrier or another one entered in. They're not sure which is what's happening. However, they are able to somewhat locate or find at least a general area of this reading is, if they moved through another gate, which they have. And so you know that they're somewhere around the medium to low wealth area.
Just came from there.
Yeah.
But Jet and I would have no idea what this is, right? Like, Harris is the only one that had...
Harris is the only one getting this information currently.
Okay.
So I'm just dealing with this now.
Okay.
They bicker forth a bit more before they decide to mobilize a small group of guards to kind of move through the city. Dante, Damien, the Saint, and Iris have also been ordered to move around the city as well to try and locate this this strange reading. You've each been given a device. It will hum when you get close to this person. Harris, you're given one as well. Do you say anything?
Is there a way for me to communicate to the others once I found this person?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So, I mentioned it briefly before, but there is, like, magic communication. So these stones, while they're locating, they also function as a communication device. You'll be able to press down on one side of it and use it kind of as a, like, talking stone. I know that's a magical item in the actual D&D universe. I can't remember what it's called right now.
Okay.
But it works similar to that. It will connect to the other stones and alert them. So you'll just need to give your position.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't question anything then.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go where they want me.
Yeah. The king dismisses you. Your Harris, he wants you to you're well known, and at least your family is well respected within the general nobility. So you're going to go to the nobles and check around that area down here. Generally, you notice that actually the 5 of you from the Guardians are stationed quite close to the castle. Probably due to the fact that if something were to arise and the castle is attacked, they could quickly move their way back to the castle. Yeah. So would you head out immediately then, or would you...
Yeah, if they're done with my orders, then I'm gonna go.
Yeah, then you're dismissed. At the main gates of the castle, Ayara hands you your book bag. I cannot accompany you, young master. I wish you luck. Stay safe.
I say thank you, sister.
She will bow her head and head back towards the barrier room. Or the path to the barrier room.
Okay.
So you go through the noble area. Some time passes. Jet, Alon. You come back to the... sorry. Let's go. No, go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when I see a Jet, I was just gonna say, you know what this bullshit is about?
No clue.
You have to push past a huge crowd in front of the castle. Well, not directly in front of the castle, but in that huge plaza that I mentioned before, where the stage was being built. There's now been a huge stage built. There's a speaker talking. He seems to be talking to some sort of device that's amplifying his voice. Some might say it would be some combination of a micro and a phone. Whatever a micro is. Stupid bit. I regret saying that.
Commit to it. Commit.
Bad bit. Anyways, yeah. If you'd like to listen, you can. But you have to get through. There's this huge crowd basically cheering and chanting and listening to what he's saying. You have to push past it to get through the castle, but it's not too hard to really to break through it.
Okay.
So yeah. You're just gonna break through it and go into the castle?
Yeah, did I get my long rest? Even though I... Like,
yeah, no, sorry. You guys...
Okay.
If it wasn't obvious, you guys long rested quite a while ago, because it took you about a week, just over a week to get to, back to Belro from where you were.
Okay.
You were pretty far out. You were, like, on the outskirts of the kingdom.
Okay, cool.
Am I able to hear what the person's saying from as we're passing?
Yeah, you can hear general chants about. He's like rallying a crowd. It's almost like someone's like rallying the people to like conscript, kind of. He's like, he's like hype, like he's the Belroan military is powerful. We will not let the Amarans, the evil Amarans, destroy our lands and take from us. It's stuff like that.
I see.
And the people are eating it up. They're getting all riled up and they're chanting. They're like, yeah.
Are there like young kids in the crowd cheering too?
There are kids, yeah.
And they're cheering.
They're cheering. It almost doesn't. It's almost like they don't know what's going on, though. It's like, right? There's like a lot of noise and like adults are cheering. Some people are kind of just like. Some people look worried, some people look bored or like angry. It's a whole mix of people, but the vast majority of people are cheering like, yeah, kill them all.
Okay.
Shit like that.
So yeah, I'll push through.
Yeah. Was I gonna say something? Yeah, okay. You guys, you push through the crowd. At this point, it's been about like 5 hours, pretty much. To get to the. It was pretty packed, Jet, so you couldn't travel through the roads, very fast. Alon, you just didn't give a shit, so you came when you felt like it. But it's been about 5 hours since Harris got to where he was. So it's been even longer than 5 hours since that conversation happened. You guys walk through the castle, and you come to the king's quarters. You knock on the door, and there's no answer.
Well,
Does the door open?
what are we supposed to do?
No, it doesn't. Remember, the king's door is never locked because the king fears no man.
But it is locked right now.
No, it's not locked. It's just closed.
Oh,
There was just no answer when you knocked.
okay. Well, I'm gonna open the door.
You've activated my trap card. Big fucking mistake. Big banana is on the other side of the door.
Damn it.
I'll have like my hand on the other, like we'll swing them open together. I'll be
Yeah.
right with them, is the point.
You burst into the room. What you see before you is genuinely not what you expected. I don't know if you'd be shocked by this. Probably surprised at the very least. The king sitting in a pool of his own blood
Oh.
with a sword stabbed through his own sword, actually, stabbed through his chest, through his chair. You don't know how long he's been dead. But the other council members in the room are dead as well. Their throats slashed, various body parts missing as well, parts of them burned off, destroyed by magic. Just, it's gruesome. You see devices and parchment, like notes, reports scattered across the table, most drenched in blood.
Okay. Can I look around to see or just investigate to see if I can tell how they were killed? Like I mean like it was
Yeah,
it
sure,
suicide
roll
or-
investigation for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, first of all, just
I'll tell you this though, no matter what you roll, it's very clearly very like recent.
Okay.
So there are very clear slash wounds across most people, but there are some people who do have like burn wounds and stuff like that.
Okay.
Have been attacked by like magic. Some people are just very bruised in areas, probably hit by force magic or something like that.
Okay. It's recent. It looks like it's done by magic. Jet.
well, I'm gonna search them for any talking stones or any of the stones.
They're
Or
on the
if there's
table.
one. There is one.
There's like 4 on the table.
Okay, well, I'm gonna grab one right away. And just call for help, whoever, if anyone's listening.
Yeah, sure. As you pick it up,
Can I try to stop him?
yes.
I just want to. You know how bad this looks. Nobody else saw what happened here.
Right.
They might try to pin it on us.
They can try. But, I mean, as far as I could tell, I don't wield a blade and we just got here. Sure, did we pass anybody in the castle as we entered? Like, in...
No, you actually didn't. It was strangely very empty.
I'm calling for help regardless.
Right then. You grab the talking stone. And when you do, it's almost like you activate it by touch. It begins to hum slightly.
Oh shit. What the hell? What did you do, Jet? Why is it making that noise?
It's not a very loud, piercing hum. But if you have any experience, and you do, with these stones, you know that whatever it's finding is at least somewhat nearby.
Jet,
Not
is
just
that
in the
good?
area.
Is that a? Fill me in.
Whatever it's searching for. Sorry.
They might still be here.
Okay. Come out, wherever you are. I'll fuck you up. You killed the king. Can I?
Maybe let's look
Can I-
for clues or something. Are there any maybe like footprints or looked like anything was like opened doors?
Okay.
No.
I'll just I'll grab the other three that are on the table,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna chuck them to different parts of the room to see which one, or I guess it wouldn't work because then you'd have to be holding it, right, for the humming to work.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just take one then, and I'm gonna go around the room to see where it starts humming the loudest.
When you get to this part of the room, I'll ping it on the map.
Okay.
When you get to this part of the room that's closest to sort of parallel with the entrance of the castle,
Yeah.
is where it vibrates and hums the strongest.
Yeah. Over here,
You look
Jet.
through the window and you see the huge crowd of people and the speakers still chanting.
We need to get out there now. Those people might be next.
All right.
How does this thing? Can I? We can use this, right? To call the others.
Is that something we want to do?
Just call Harris. We can trust Harris.
Can I specifically pick somebody?
No, it will relay information to everybody at once.
We'll just say something
To
Harris.
everyone connected to the line. You
Well-
don't have the expertise or knowledge to. It's sort of a blend between technology and magic.
How long?
It's
Oh, sorry. How long have we known like Dante and like do we trust them? Like have we known them long enough to like
Yeah.
trust them?
at least. Well, I mean, at least you, who has been here the least amount of time.
Yeah.
If you would develop like trust, is completely up to you. You've known them for 2 years. They haven't made a move on your life. They haven't given you any reason to not trust them.
Okay.
It's just if you're comfortable like trusting them or not is up to you.
Okay. Just say call the others. Tell them to go to the crowd or something.
I think we should report this.
They're already dead, Jet. These people could die. Tell them to go to the crowd. We'll deal with the dead bodies later.
Why?
Is it like a walkie-talkie? Can I just be like,
Shh.
can I say something?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, it's like you should only use it for, and you would have been briefed on it as well. You should only use it for like reporting in. Like if
If you
you've
found
checked an
something.
entire area and the stone didn't vibrate, you can be
Yeah.
like, this area clear. Like,
just- I'll say that. I'll say, this is Harris and the noble area is clear. What about you guys?
sorry, before you can say anything, Jet, you'll hear other voices respond. You'll recognize Dante responding almost immediately. Noble area is
crosstalk.
clear. Head back into commercial area. He'll say Knight's quarters clear. He's just, I can't think of the proper name for it right now, but he's signaling over here where like the knights and like guards and their families are like housed. It's like another semi-noble area.
Okay.
Who said it, Sam?
Dante.
Dante.
Iris will respond with similar information. Damien will respond last after like a couple more soldiers respond. Basically similar information. Nobody's found the dude yet, or the signature. The Saint doesn't respond at all.
She's dead.
There are a couple more soldiers, and it's just general, information. That no readings here, and then just awaiting orders.
Okay. At this point, then I'll report. This is Jet and Alon. We just arrived at the castle. The king and the council members are dead. We fear. Report back. There may be more in danger.
I'll pick up my own stone. I'll say,
We didn't kill him, I swear.
no. We're detecting something near the crowd. Get to the crowd. It's more important. The king is dead. The body will be here, but we need to protect the others. Get to the crowd.
Yeah, there a whole bunch of like reports will come in like all at once, or like voices will come like cutting each other off, basically like, reporting that they're coming in.
Okay.
You basically just caused a panic over the radio.
Good.
But from what you can call, pretty much everyone is heading back in.
Okay. Pretty much. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to go straight to the king's quarters, rather than the crowd. I just need to see it for myself.
No.
You do get a buzzing, Harris, as you get closer to the crowd.
Oh,
Alon, the back of your head, you hear the voice again.
Oh, I thought you just killed me.
In the back of your head, Jet fucking stabs you. It's fucking Jet pulls off his face. It's Dante. He stabs you with a spear.
This is what you get for tattling.
You fucking tattletale little bitch. No, you hear that same voice you did in your dreams. You still can't make out what it's saying, but it's repeating the same word. Your head begins to throb.
What do you want? I'll say out loud.
Fuck.
It just keeps repeating.
I'll be like pulling my hair out. I'll like rip off my my eye patch. Like I just need to like relieve whatever tension is on my head, and I'll even like maybe in my panic I'll use like a couple of my spells, like just like I'll use my like my magnified gravity around me a bit. It's like doosh, 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 doosh. I'll burn like my level 1 spell slots.
The fuck?
Holy shit. Yeah,
The
as you're
fuck are you
causing
doing?
all this like destruction in the room, you burst open the wall.
Oh, cool.
Jet, the wind is fairly strong. You're pretty high up. The wind is strong. It doesn't immediately whip you guys out of the room. But Alon, your head begins to throb and your singular eye glows as you look upon the crowd. The voice in your head is getting louder, but you still don't know what it's saying.
I can't understand you. Speak your mind.
It doesn't get any clearer. It just keeps saying the one word that you can't hear.
I'm just shouting at him, I guess, right now. Alone, stand down.
Harris. You're moving through the crowd. Well, are you moving through the crowd?
I am. But I
Your
want to.
device. Sorry, your device is humming violently, vibrating violently in your hand.
All right. I really wanted to get to the king, but since it's violently ringing, I want to turn and just look around.
You're looking through the crowd, and you take some time whipping your head around and looking over people before finally something really does catch your eye. You see purple cloak, with silver gildings on it. It's an Amaran cloak.
Straight up just walked into the crowd with an Amaran cloak.
No one else seems to have noticed it.
Ah.
Can I speak into the communicator?
Yes.
I said, guys, I think I found him. They're in the crowd with an Amaran cloak. He doesn't see me.
You don't get a response. But Alan, Jet, it's like radio static. You hear what seems like Harris's voice, and you hear crowd here. Alan, that voice in your head is pounding. It's like it's splitting apart.
Shut
The
up,
voice
shut
is screaming at you, but you can't understand the word. Harris. You don't get a response on the radio. Jet. Alan is freaking the fuck out. Alan, you're freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, shut up, shut up, shut up. Get out of my head.
Tell me what you're doing.
I'm using Grasping Flame on Elon.
What is the hell is that?
What's your intention?
Burns it.
To stop him. I think he's gonna blow the whole fucking building. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, sure. This hand, like, just this hand, like, enveloped with fire, kind of just bursts forth from the air, and it's big enough to wrap completely around you, Alon. Do you even feel it at this point?
I'll just stay away. I'll try to use prison on him. Is that concentration? No, I don't want to use concentration. I'll just use magnify gravity. Again, I'll burn it out. I'll use the second level spell slot.
Holy shit.
I don't know. Can I aim it towards him, or am I like so fucked up right now? Can I just like
Make me roll a d20.
Okay.
Like just a d20. You can cast magnify gravity
Okay.
in the direction you think Jet is in.
Okay.
I guess it's a saving throw, so you can't really make another roll. I guess Jet, just roll a dexterity saving throw at advantage.
24. Not
Yeah. Yeah. So for the most part the spell misses, but Jet, you also, it would have hit you had you not reacted to it instantly. However, when you dodge, the hand disappears.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing?
I don't explain it to him. I don't think I'd have the level-headedness to. I think I'm just grasping. I might even be like, yeah, just like clutching at my hair and yelling. And then I'll move. You said I broke down a wall. I'm gonna move towards the edge of it, and I'm just gonna yell out and be like, tell me what you're saying, or I'll jump.
Eris.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
You're moving through the crowd again, assumingly towards the figure.
Yeah.
You get to a certain point, and it's like the crowd, the noise, the chanting around you, it just stops. There's just silence. It's like these people don't even register your presence as you push through them. You make your way till you're standing behind the figure in the cloak. What do you do?
No one's responding to me, but I can't let them escape or yeah, leave. So I want to cast Defender Sanctuary in my vicinity.
While you're attempting to do that, the figure kind of shuffles a bit before saying, "Sorry, that's not going to work in here." He'll then turn around and face you. What he looks like. His eyes glowing blue. You've seen this blue before. Hello, Guardian. I was hoping I'd get a chance to talk to one of you. Although, it's already far too late for it to do any good.
Say, what do you mean? Who are you? Why are you here?
I am the savior of the Amarn Empire. I'm the one who will bring it prosperity, peace. Peace that it's long sought after. At least, that's what I'd hoped to do. I'd hoped that I could come here and bring peace to you as well. But I've only found the same hatred for my own people within yours. I tried to speak with your king. I really did. They would not hear me over their own hatred. I had to do what I did do. He kind of looks over his shoulder towards the speaker. You can't hear him. You're not sure if he can hear him as well. But the people around you still chanting. They're still being hyped up. It's actually a different speaker now. But he was pretty much chanting the exact same things. He's silent for a moment. Before continuing. The heroes of Belro, with all their might, will crush their enemies beneath their feet. He takes a deep breath before repeating himself. I tried to prevent this. I really did. But like mine, your hatred was too strong. He turns to you. Probably had no part in this. Not many people alive today do. But that's how hatred works. When someone you're close to is hurt, you are as well. You begin to hate. That hate spreads. Eventually it grows so big that whatever caused it doesn't matter anymore. Your king said something interesting to me. That it didn't matter who you were now. But for the greater good of my people, you must be destroyed. I knew that from the beginning. But even so, he'll look down at the ground for a moment in silence, trailing off, repeating himself over and over. before he takes another deep breath and looks back up at you, his eyes glowing even more brightly than before. You can hear the chanting of the crowd slowly begin to return. The sound of a whistle, the sound of broken glass in the back of your mind. We've come to the same conclusion. Your people must fall, so that mine can live. And Alan, as you stand at the edge of the room, looking out over the city, over the crowd, your head splitting apart, the voice in your head finally becomes clear, and it says to you, flee. As there's a bright light, and you're flung from where you're standing to the back of the room. Jet, you are as well. Harris, you barely register what happens. There's just a bright light, and all the noise around you begins to disappear.
Everybody just die. God.
Harris, it takes you a second to get up. You're feeling weak. Go ahead and take about 40 points of damage off of your HP. You managed to pull up at least what you could of Sanctuary, or Defender Sanctuary, but it wasn't enough to contain the blast, or at least protect you or anyone from it. As you get up, you see around you that the area completely totaled. You can hear screaming and crying off in like all directions around you. You don't know how long you were out, but you can also hear the sounds of explosions off in the city. There's a crater about 160 feet in front of you. And you can see the cloaked figure standing there, looking up at the sky. Alan, Jet, you two also slowly get up. Your bodies are sore, but you're far enough away from the blast that you didn't take damage. You were just thrown and knocked unconscious. Alan, you walk to the edge of the room again, or at least you don't have to see through the now immensely open hole in the wall. You see various parts of the city aflame. And as the sound slowly starts returning to you, you can hear the sounds of fighting all around, faint sounds of fighting off on the distance all around you. Explosions, fire, magic being cast. Jet, you see the same thing.
I'll grab Jet's arm, like forcibly, and I'll just say, weakly, I'll just say, we need to get out of here.
Almost immediately, I'll pull my hand away. I don't trust you. What the fuck was that? You think I'm just gonna ignore that?
There was a voice. It said to flee. We need to run. You don't have to trust me, but if you want to survive, we need to get out of here.
I'll stay where I am.
You suit yourself. I'm gonna rummage around for the talking stone, or talking stone, Am I able to find any?
Yeah, you still have the one that you had on you.
Okay. I'll bring it to my face and I'll um, speak into it. Uh, Harris, Dante, Iris, are you out there?
You get a response from Dante like immediately. Alan, Alan, what's going on? There's fighting everywhere. They're, the Amarans, they somehow they got in. They're coming out through portals. What's what's going on? There was this big explosion near the castle, and then the attack started. You'll get the same kind of response from Damien. Iris doesn't respond.
Um, is Jet hearing it? Does Jet have a stone?
Yeah, you can hear it from the other stones. Well, not the
Am I
ones that
still?
are like
Are we?
across
Are
the
you
room.
still in the same room?
Yeah, I haven't
Did you
walked
leave?
out yet. Like I just like my next
Okay, yeah.
thing was
Then
to-
you.
So, okay. So I'll look back to Jet. No emotion, just like I want to see what his reaction is.
I'll look Alun in the eyes. You know, it's funny. You walk around here and you talk about leadership and respect, but the moment something happens here, you want to flee.
Almost like on beat. Dante comes in on the radio again. He's almost pleading with you. Alon, Jet, if you two are still there, I know this city doesn't mean much to you. But to the people here, it's everything. To me, their lives are everything. I don't ask you as your leader, or as a citizen of Belro. Please, I ask you from my heart. Defend my city.
Okay, so you mentioned it earlier too. Our hearing came back after the big explosion.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the moment like maybe it was still kind of like like right after an explosion is still like wasn't
Yeah.
completely clear for me yet, and then when it came
Yeah.
clear and I could hear screaming and I could hear like young voices, that's where it would snap for me. And then that's where
Yeah, you-
they're
Definitely heard a lot of cries,
okay.
both young and old, when Dante was talking over the radio, or when various people were talking over the radio. Actually, the radio is not quiet at all, and there are a lot of people going back and forth over it.
Okay, so now the emotion comes in, um and I'm like at this point not acting rationally. I'm very panically like trying to reach out to Harris, are you there?
Harris, your device is shattered. It is destroyed. Um, you took heavy damage. Um, a lot of you is burned and you're bleeding. Your book bag is parts of it are torn and certain items have well, books mostly have spilled out. Not a lot. The tears aren't big, but the damage is immense to be able to damage a magical artifact such as that. You can tell that had it not been for your powers kicking in, like the people in that crowd, you would have been completely eviscerated.
Um
Not at a state to move, right?
You can definitely move. Your body is sore and damaged, but if you're definitely like you're hearing that what Andre described after an explosion, the ringing in your ears. It's hard to stand because you're dizzy and you're off balance, almost like concussed. But
Oh.
you're physically able to move.
I'll see if I can spot the robed man and crawl to him.
Yes, I did mention this before. He is 160 feet away, still standing in what you assume to be the same spot in the middle of a crater, looking up at the sky.
Okay, so I'm assuming my character got like pushed back somewhere.
Yeah, you got
Okay.
pushed back pretty far.
Is it
Um,
in this central area? The explosion?
Yeah,
Okay.
this area here.
Somewhere there.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll take the time. Can I use my well of life to heal myself? Is that for me as well?
I don't believe you can. Maybe you can. Does it? Yep. You know what? I did not designate that you can't. So, oh no, I did. I said at the end you can use your LP to heal yourself.
Okay.
So yeah, you can use it to heal yourself. Also, I forgot this. Your thing might be wrong. I have to see.
Well, for the sake of the story, I'm gonna assume it's not instant, and then I'm gonna concentrate on that before I head to the circle or the center.
Sorry, you might notice some changes. I just forgot I had to adjust something on your character
fine.
sheet to match your HP. Yep. Sorry, could you just quickly repeat to me what you were doing?
Oh, I'm gonna take the time to heal myself, um, and then I'll move towards the circle or the center. But for the sake of like the story in RP, I'm gonna assume that it's not gonna be instant. So I don't know. However you want the pacing to go, I'll just go with that.
Oh, sorry, you're gonna move to the center of the circle. Gotcha.
Wants to heal himself first too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll definitely take a couple minutes to heal yourself. It's 160 feet. Um, Considering you can like run 30 feet every 10 seconds in combat. I sorry, I guess I didn't make this clear earlier. I'm not doing 6 seconds every round in combat because that makes math harder. Makes math hard for some reason. I'm doing 10 seconds. I also feel that's a little bit more believable. Um,
Sure.
but yeah, considering that you can move 30 feet in 10 seconds, it if you're just walking, like limping, well, you won't be limping, but you're just walking over there, it should only take you a couple minutes, maybe 5 minutes to get there. Um, so yeah, but if that's all you're doing while you're doing that, Ala and Jet will come back to you.
So as soon as I heard like Dante radio over.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use creature well, of the sun again.
Yep.
And then I'll just I'll fly out through the hole and try to get my bearings.
Yeah. Your body envelops in flames. Do you want to describe this? Is there any specific thing that happens when you do Creature of the Sun?
No, I just how you described it is good.
Sure. Your body envelops in flames, and like a streak of fire, you fly through the hole in the wall.
Mm.
You get a look around
Yeah,
of the
I'm
surroundings.
just trying to see if I could spot maybe any of the guardians or people that need help, I guess.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
You see a lot of people that do need help.
Mm.
And you can see that there's already a lot of death. There's motionless bodies and like red blots everywhere in the streets. Houses are going up in flames. There's explosions still going off in parts of the city. Surprisingly, most of the damage is in the high wealth area,
Mm-hmm.
high wealth residential area. This part. For your knowledge, just as a refresher, that's also where most of the Guardians went off as well. Damien, Dante, Iris all went off in that direction.
Okay.
Okay.
Currently around you, as you kind of hover over in the skies, you do see. Sorry, Harris, did you mention the guy on the radio? Or sorry, no, you couldn't. Your radio is broken. I totally forgot I said that. You see a large crater in front of you, and you do see a figure standing in the middle of it. And you're not sure if you are, but you almost feel as if you meet eye contact.
I think in this moment I wouldn't ignore that. And I think what I want to do is fly around to the big fires at least and extinguish them.
Sure.
If I can.
Yeah. You fly over to all these fires. Are you landing on these buildings to kind of extinguish them? I'd assume for these larger fires to take more of your concentration.
Yeah.
But are you kind of just go like taking things as you go, or are you just?
I mean, I'm trying to be quick about it still, because
Basically, what's the big plan here?
well, I'm using this time to scout also, because I don't know like what's going on, where it's coming from, like who needs help the most at this point, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm also, well, I can, trying to control the fires.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Oh, sorry.
Alan, yeah, I was sorry. No, I was just about to come to you.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanna. I think as I look out, if I see the crater, I think it'll be triggering for me.
Yeah, your head is still like throbbing.
Okay.
You can hear it's a lot quieter now. Actually, no, it's silent, but your head is still throbbing.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna I don't think I have anything to help me like descend quicker. Anti-grav barricade. Not really. I'm just gonna try to get down as quick as I can. I'll race down the castle, the wreckage that's there, and I'd like to.
I'll say this now.
Yeah.
For the sake of things like this, if you have anything that like from a spell that would inspire to use in a certain way, like you said, you've got nothing that will help me like scale the wall down here.
Yeah.
But theoretically, if you're controlling like gravity, you should be able to kind of attach yourself to a surface by gravity. And I think you do have a spell along the lines. You probably can't use it because you use a spell slot. But if you do pitch it to me, a creative way to you kind of sort of use your power. Like right now, Marco is flying like high above the city, the creature of the sun.
Oh, you're right.
With his description says he can, like, only move like 30 feet at once with it, or 40, however much it is.
Yeah.
But because we're not in combat, he's going as it is for RP's sake. So if you wanted to try and use your power to scale down the building, if you come to me with a creative way,
okay,
we can play it out.
So
try to play it out.
I'll use so my head is throbbing. I'm out of spell slots for level 1. I do have higher level spell slots, but what I'd like to do is actually overload to use 3 of my manipulates.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna launch pad down towards
Holy
that
shit.
crater. Is the idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, badass. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
He does it like head first and like just collides with the concrete and cracks his neck.
You're pretty high up. I don't know, like, you're quite a few stories up.
So I don't know how this works, but what I'd like to try to do is I'll use or no, I guess it's only 1 manipulate that I have to use. But what I'd like to do is wait, let me check. Overload. So yeah, first level spell slot, which while 3 uses would substitute. Oh, so 1. So I'm going to use 1 overload out of my 10 to create a launch pad that's at the edge of the wreckage, and I'm going to go downwards. And then I'm going to, as I'm like zooming down, I want to use another overload, like a overload again, to use a launch pad that like instead of like hitting the ground, I'd like to go like dart me forward towards the crater.
Oh, to change your momentum.
Yeah,
Hmm.
to shift
Got
it.
you.
It's like Sonic.
Like Sonic.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. No, that's fantastic.
Cool.
Yeah, for sure. Of course you can do that.
Awesome.
That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
Sure. Do you want to describe it, or is it going to play out exactly like that?
Yeah. So so I'll overload. So I'd like if this works for you, like you said my eye that was glowing. I want it to have like cracks, like of purple kind of thing as I overload,
Yeah.
of just that magical kind of light. And then the warbling starts from my hands. I'll create like a launch pad at the edge of the wreckage. I'll launch myself downwards, head first, and as I'm going down, I'm like casting the warbling, the same thing, the launch pad at the ground as soon as I come within range.
Yeah.
And then I'll just try to like not backflip. I don't think I'm pretty dexterous, but no, I'm just gonna like shift my body towards my feet again, and then to where I'm zooming in towards the dude. But I don't think I'll make it all the way because he's pretty far still. I'll just kind of like
Slide.
kind of like slide on my legs, and then
Yeah.
hopefully see Harris, because Harris is kind of the main one I'm looking for here
Yeah, sure.
for the kids.
Sorry, when I say crater, it's not a crater that's like super deep.
Okay.
But it's like, yeah, there was an explosion here.
Cool.
Cool. Then I'm gonna go ahead and oh, oops. Sorry. Bear with me a moment.
I really like the gravity stuff.
Thanks.
It's really cool.
That means a lot to hear you say.
And the overload and the manipulate stuff.
Not as much as I like all the fire stuff.
What the hell? Oh shit! I didn't.
Sure. Before we
Shit. Okay.
go back to you, I'm just going to briefly come back. Harris, you're moving toward. I'm just picking up where you said that you'd leave out. You're moving towards the crater. You do see a figure you can only assume to be Alan go flying from one of the top rooms of the castle down into the crater using an impressive combination of skills and dexterity to kind of hero land and slide in the crater.
I think now, I think as I'm aware of that, I think I stopped getting like that tunnel vision and just instead of just focusing on that guy, I noticed the people around me and like the bodies and all the other people who are like hurt, and I might just take some time here to heal them with yeah.
There's definitely people maybe on the outskirts of the crowd, maybe people just walking the plaza who got hit by at least the radius of the blast. Maybe not the explosion itself, but by the force projected from it as well. There are a lot of people around you that are injured.
So I'll use one of my level 3 mass healing word spells
Gotcha.
to spend time here.
Yeah, cool. Jet. You are flying, you're through the commercial area, correct?
Yeah, I guess so.
Alrighty.
Would I have spotted Harris?
Yeah, you probably would have spotted him while you were flying around.
Right.
Would you have gone to him, or you
Um,
would have spotted him as you were flying towards the commercial area?
ye- I don't think I would have stopped in that moment. Maybe.
Gotcha. Okay then. You are you're flying through the sky. You're scouting out the area, landing on buildings, putting out fires, all that junk. Looking around, see if you can find anyone around you. You can't find anyone for a long time. But you finally do see someone that you recognize. You see Iris, or at least a form of Iris, in the street, fighting soldiers. She's, from where you can tell, visibly wounded. At least her form is, but she's holding her own. Just give me a quick second. All right.
Damn, dude.
So would you Sorry, I've got like everyone in a separate map right now. Should I move everyone here or
Yeah, sure. Whatever is
Yeah,
currently
I guess
going
maybe whoever you're focusing on.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
move
no,
it
because
to-
I was gonna switch through each of your thing. I kind of want to keep you slightly in the dark, but you're gonna hear me
Hmm.
describe it anyways, so I
Okay.
guess it doesn't really matter.
Mhm.
So I guess I can just bring you all here and I can switch between rooms.
on. Oh, I'm gonna solo the crater guy.
Yeah, because I
Jesus.
was like, what
Fuck.
screen is
I
Andre
have
on?
no
I
more
can't
spell
tell.
slots.
Yeah, he was on a
You
different screen.
Used everything you had.
Yeah. But I'll bring you all here. So I think you should all be here now.
Most of your spells were rage spells.
There's just one spell I used.
Okay. So you should all be here on the same map now. Jet, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'll see her and then I'll I guess staying from the air, I'll try to help out.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make you roll initiative. We're gonna treat this as like an actual battle, like just real time. Like, what are you doing? Like, and people are gonna react.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'll use heat wave.
Of course, yeah.
And I'll just try to get on the. Oh, are these? Sorry, are the blue ones? Those are our soldiers. Right?
Yeah, the blue ones are
Ah,
Belrowan soldiers.
Okay. Let
we
me
see,
take
Brett?
that back real quick then.
The
before
Belroans.
Sorry?
Can we see the Belroan soldiers? You have a.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, so still
Okay.
similar, right?
Yeah.
Like they're
You know, maybe
helmets.
I have actual. Yeah, you know what? I did. Give me a quick second.
It's funny. It's so funny and kind of cool. Oh, nice. So bougie. They got that full gold.
Yeah, the Belrowan colors are like a gold and like a blue and silver.
Sheesh. So like, yeah, we're rich.
They are one of the most prosperous, at least in wealth.
Jeez.
They're one of the most prosperous. They are the biggest kingdom in Velmora. All right. So sorry, you're using heat wave?
No, I take that back because I realized there's
Yeah.
our soldiers there too. I'm gonna use burning missile again, but I'll use it at cast at level 6.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So that should give me like, because it gives me another dart for each spell slot above.
Holy shit, you're casting at level 6?
Yeah.
What?
Holy fuck.
Um.
How many darts is that? It already gives you 3, so that's
So
it's a level 1
9.
spell, right?
Yeah. So it should just be 9, I think. No, right?
should be 5 because you're not counting
Oh, right.
you're not counting 1.
Yeah.
Or level 1. It's just every level above that. So it's 5
Okay.
levels above. Yeah, so should be, what did I say, 8? Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
8,
it should be 8.
Okay. So the range is 120 feet. So
You can virtually hit everybody on this map.
yeah, I'm just gonna try and hit everybody then.
You're also still flying, right? You didn't land?
Yeah.
So there you go. So you can really see everybody.
Yeah.
As you come in closer, you can see Iris's light form with her white hair. She is harboring. This one looks even more injured than her dark form. She's kind of harboring a child in the alleyway.
I'll see.
This is just a description. You don't necessarily see this or process it, but she stabs the child like at one of their wounds with her dagger. It's glowing bright white, but when she removes the dagger, the child doesn't wince in pain either when she puts it, when she stabs him. She pulls it out. It's almost like it's pulling the wound off of the child, or like blood off of the child, as the wound kind of twists and closes and like completely heals.
That's cool.
So that's what the light form is doing. The dark form, which is more proficient in fighting, it was currently fighting off Amaran soldiers alongside the Belrowan soldiers.
I see.
Yep. All right. So so go ahead and just give me 8 damage rolls.
Yes, sir. I just say cast at level 1, right? And then we're just
just say cast level 1. Yeah. I don't know why I put in higher levels. I think it's because there's more. I put in the description, but I don't think it actually does anything when you roll like magic missile at a higher level. I'm not sure if it does anyways. All right, neat. Is there any specific way that you're spreading this out, or can I just
well, I mean, okay. I'd like to, if I can, I'd like to like kill this one first. So, if maybe I'd use multiple there until it goes down, and then
you use 3 of your you launch 3 at of your darts into the body of this mage, before like the last one like just goes through his body, cool. And he falls to the ground motionless.
And then maybe I'll just spread the last 3 like to the other 3 closest to me. Maybe.
Sure thing. So is that 5? So in what order are you like?
The mage first, and then from left to right, I guess.
Until like they're all dead, or like you're just gonna keep pummeling one until it's dead, and then
yeah, I think that's that's the method I'm doing here.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm just doing some quick maths in my
Blue
head.
Goat 007 is complimenting your art, Brian.
Oh, thank you.
He's got some skills. That's awesome. He said when you showed the soldier.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. I did have to use a lot of reference for this stuff because I'm not used to drawing a lot of things. But thanks, man. I worked really hard on a lot of these things. It's good to hear. Thanks, man. Okay. So this mage definitely dies. And after that, you'll launch 2 more darts into this guy over here. It'll blast him off his feet and send him back a bit, just out of range of the soldier. Cool. Iris kind of looks up at you flying in the air, before, like, darting her head around to see where her other form is. Okay. Yeah, we'll just spend a couple more moments in here before we... Actually, No, you know what? Real briefly, we're gonna detach from here and we're gonna go back to Alon.
He's gonna die anyway, so it'll be brief.
It's cool if I die. Harris is on the way. Man, I just hope he ignores my body once I'm unconscious. I'm already expecting it.
You're treating him like he's like some like fucking like RPG, like MMORPG ad walking around in a field. He'll just kill me and go back on his path.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Is he do anything, or can I like rush towards him?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to notice you. He's still in the same position, just kind of looking up at the sky.
That idiot. He doesn't know what's coming for him.
Funny because you said rush towards him, but it's not like you have any spell. You're just gonna run at him.
Yeah, man. I mean, we gotta save the people.
I know, but you're still so far away.
Oh, I can't. Oh, there we go. So there's my 30.
You're still so far. That's what I mean. It's just
I'm not gonna treat this as combat just yet.
Okay.
So so don't worry about moving in like increments and then like being like, okay, so what does he do on his turn?
Okay.
I've come.
Okay.
Just describe to me how you're
Stop
moving
you.
up to him.
So I'm full sprinting. I like I said,
You're fucking rushing him.
yeah, because the crater, like I said, is triggering for me because of Luna. So I'm gonna rush towards him. And also like I'm drawing connections. I already like realized like this guy's standing in the middle of a crater, very it's very ominous, and I'm I've been around craters. Like if you're standing in the center of a crater, this dude's probably done it. And
Also, purple robe.
yeah, purple robe. He's an Amaran
The only
soldier.
difference to the other Amaran robes
Amaran.
is he's got slightly more silver gilding,
Of course,
and
he
he's
does.
got like this kind of metal like semi breastplate. It kind of hangs over like top of his chest. I could give you a reference later.
Okay. Well, what I'd like to do,
yeah.
ideally, is I'm rushing towards him. I'm pulling out my Kali sticks. I'm gonna like just like throw one through the air towards him.
You're so far.
As soon as I come, no, like I actually like as soon as I feel like I can maybe hit him, I want to do that. So I don't know what it's 120 feet.
So you
still,
can like
right?
throw a dagger like 120 feet.
Yeah. So
Before you get disadvantage. Yeah.
Jesus.
So yeah, I'm gonna toss it. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm gonna toss it. And I don't know which. Do I roll the?
You roll the Kali stick.
But it's.
Oh,
plus
sorry.
10.
No, I misspoke. It's not. It's 60 feet. You can throw a dagger 60 feet.
Okay,
Okay.
so as soon as I get
Makes
within
more-
60 feet, if he does something before then, let him do it. I'm just saying like I'm gonna get within 60 feet, and my first thing is I'm gonna toss the Kali stick, the first one.
Yeah, no, you're able to get within 60 feet of him.
Cool.
You barely, it doesn't register that you're there. Actually, as you get closer to him, you notice that he is crying.
Oh.
Not like sobbing, like, but as he's like looking up at the sky, his eyes, his mouth is like slightly open, like
Yeah.
he's just almost like he's just standing there, like dumbfounded, like, but he does have tears that have kind of like ran down his face.
Okay. Can you give me some sort of hero music? Like I wanna like.
Yeah, my bad.
No.
No. I just.
I don't know if this
I
is
wanna
hero
feel this.
music, but this is the one that I had selected.
Okay.
Dude's just crying and you just nail him in the temple with a stick. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna toss the first Kali stick.
Jesus, dude.
Thank you for reminding me. I had completely zoned out the fact that there was no music playing.
Or maybe that brooding one. Do you have that brooding one that AJ had?
Okay. Alright.
Because
What,
that's
which brooding one?
the one that AJ had when he was talking to his dad. That was a good one. Oh, this is good too.
Requesting so
Never mind. I'm good.
just
I got a freaking 28, man.
You're gonna
Ryan,
die anyway.
does the 28 hit? That's the question.
You throw your Kali stick.
Yeah.
at him, and it's like the camera is on the Kali stick as it flies like straight towards him. As it gets like within like 10 feet of him, his head kind of like whips to the Kali stick and he grabs it out of midair.
Does that count as a hit? Like, if he's holding it, like if he like.
Yeah, it's touching him. So
Okay, then I'd like to use manipulate. If he's more than 5 feet away from me, I successfully hit him, so I'm gonna pull him within range.
So the dagger your Kali stick, tries to come back to you with your manipulate. It tries to pull him. At least it tries to extend out, gripping him to yank him back to you. You feel an immense force fighting your manipulate. Roll me a d20.
No.
I'm gonna
Let's
open up
see.
my chakra.
Yeah.
Oh.
He just lets go of your Kali stick and it flies back to you. A part of his robe kind of tears off as it flies back to you. But he's still standing in place.
I'll keep doing it till he's naked. No.
But now he's not staring at the sky anymore. He's looking directly at you.
Okay. That's right. I said, so I'll look towards him. I'll point with my Kali stick at the end of my Kali stick towards him, and I'll just say, "Did you do this?"
I did.
All these lives, these innocents.
He takes a deep breath. Closes his eyes. He opens them back. He doesn't respond to you, but his eyes glow bright blue.
You have nothing to say for yourself?
There's nothing I can say.
Then I'll
Raises arms
Oh shit. Okay.
as
Where's Harris
blue. You'll recognize this as Fireball as he casts Fireball. Except it's almost as if the symbols are just a blur. They happen so fast as the fire instantly ignites within his hands. But it's not a blazing red ball of fire. It's blue.
Okay.
Bright blue.
Can I yell while he's doing that? Like, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
stop him. I just want to say, so you have nothing to say for yourself, then I'll beat the words out of you. And then I'm gonna sprint towards him. I know you're right. Like, I'll recognize it fine, but I'm gonna rush towards him anyways.
I cannot fall after everything I've done. After how far I've climbed up. I can't allow myself to fall here! As he extends his hands, he'll launch the fireball at you. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
I have a +7.
Yeah, plus 7, 12. Unfortunately, you do not save it.
Okay. What's the
And
damage?
He...
Fucking dead.
It's a fireball, man. And it's a blue one, so it's like a Dragon
hits
Ball
you.
Super.
You take 35 damage.
Oh shit, dude, you're gonna die.
Okay.
You take not only that, you take 35 damage. You also go flying over here.
Okay. Okay. So I'll use my Kali stick to kind of prop myself up. And so I probably have like bad burns and stuff. Like,
On one side of your body, yeah, because it
Oh.
launched you one way.
so I'll switch
It's
my.
yeah.
What do you assume there's still the full advantage?
It's like Two-Face. No, okay, so yeah, so I gotta pull out the big guns. I'm going to I'm gonna look towards him, and probably. I'm gonna rush towards him first. I gotta move in closer. I'm too far to do what I need to do.
Yeah. Okay.
There. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was just
Yeah.
kind of allowing you to move yourself.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So
It's okay.
I'll move in, and
I don't want to ruin this RP moment with initiative.
okay. So I'm gonna say.
It's just one-on-one anyways, so.
Yeah. So I'll say. I didn't want to have to do this, and we're gonna overload again. I still have some manipulate available.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna overload, and I'll have those fissures around my eyes again of purple, and I'm just gonna like. What I'm doing is like, you know, Tien from Dragon Ball, like the point, like, you know how he like fended off Cell with just his like solar flare,
like-
solar flare, like one whole episode he did.
No,
that.
no, it wasn't the solar
Oh,
flare.
that's
it was
right.
I know the English
yeah,
name. It's like the tri beam.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do that.
Kien Koho or Ki Koho or something.
That's what I'm doing. Just magnify gravity on him. But I'm gonna do it at the highest level. So I don't think I can go that high, but I have 8 manipulate levels. I'm gonna say 5th level. So I'll use 5 of my manipulate slots, and that puts me at or no, so I use 5 still, and then I get, he has to roll a Constitution saving throw. If it fails, he's going to take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 68 force damage.
Okay.
It's a DC 14.
Let me see here. I realized. Okay, I realized it wasn't in GM mode when I rolled earlier. Okay.
Warbling. Overload. Fissure.
Yeah. So
Looking for Harris.
he's actually taken by surprise by your sudden change in strength. Sorry, you said you're casting this at 5th level?
Yeah.
Yeah. Roll for damage then. The area around him is just gonna like flatten basically, and he's gonna kind of not fall, but like he's gonna like move down with the ground. But it's like almost like you said, it's just almost like a new crater kind of in the radius of magnified gravity
So
as the ground lurches downwards.
4 + 2, 6. Here we go. Yes! That's not
That's
bad.
pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take that to the bank. 26.
Yeah. You see him kind of like drop down, and he has to place a hand on the ground to steady himself. You see him kind of grit his teeth in exertion, but you can feel him fighting back against your magnified gravity.
Okay.
He's able to push himself up back onto his 2 feet, and he begins to move towards you. But he's slow.
Ah! Harris! Where are you, Harris?
Harris, what are you doing?
He's just walking leisurely.
I'm healing people along the way, but I guess
Yeah.
since I heard the explosions of like
Yeah,
a
you
fireball,
would have heard the fireball.
I make haste and run.
All right. You go into the fight. You see, Alon like holding his arm outstretched towards the figure as they're trying to move towards him. You can see the ground sort of like flattening underneath him as he tries to move. Alon is clearly struggling. His eye, like the magic like coming out of it, is going wild. What do you do?
Does he have any ailments? Well, okay, first of all, I'll try to get closer.
He doesn't have ailments, but he is dying. I can tell you that for sure. You can see the left side of his body. In fact, I guess he can't even hold his left side up.
Cool.
It's so burned and charred. So he's like Gohan with the one-armed Kamehameha.
Awesome. I love it.
As he tries to hold this guy down. Yeah, his left side is like completely burned.
We're not making like technical moves here. Like we're not.
Nope, just move.
Okay. So, sorry, I was gonna say.
No. I don't mean that in like
Okay.
Just go ahead.
Okay.
Unless it's something ridiculous, but this is fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm gonna sprint closer, and kind of like frisbee throw my safeguard over to Alon.
Yeah, your shield whizzes through the air. Instead of coming into contact with Alan, though, like he's got his own orbit. It starts to orbit Alan as it Did you infuse it, or are you just throwing it on to him?
Well, I think what I can do is once it's on him, I can heal him from a distance, right?
So it just starts. It slows down, but its initial momentum causes it to orbit around Alum.
Does that still work, or does it have to be on him?
No, it still works.
Oh, okay.
That's just what it visually looks like.
Oh,
but
cool.
it's on him.
Because of my gravity shit.
Well, that's just how it is. But yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
It's not all about you.
So here, I'm gonna use my own. I'm gonna use sacrifice.
Yeah.
to
You're gonna
heal
use your
him.
own HP.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Did in RP you used your entire well of life?
I still have a lot, but
Okay.
but it's okay. For this story moment, so yeah, once the safeguard is around him,
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast sacrifice, and what you can see is like, the veins of my neck are like turning blue,
Ooh.
all the way to my face. I think my blood starts to come out from the corner of my mouth, as life drains from my body, but gets pulled into Alon's life force, and he
Oh,
is healed back.
How much are you healing him?
How much did you lose? 35, you said?
He lost 35 HP.
Yeah, 35.
So I'll take 35 away.
Oh,
Ooh, you have nothing left. Don't get dead.
Alon,
I have a lot. Don't worry.
Alon, you see the shield as it, comes into your vision as it orbits around you, and you instantly feel your strength start coming back. Your arm, you feel the strength come back to your left arm. You can move it again. It's no longer burned. Even any indication that it was burned at all is completely gone. You're completely rejuvenated.
Ooh.
Maybe not in like stamina, but in terms of health, you're completely good to go. I didn't want to say rejuvenated again.
Okay.
Okay. Jet, we're gonna come back to you real briefly.
Mhm.
As Alon continues to hold the figure. Jet, I'm just to speed things up a little bit, I'm just gonna say the battle is like progressed since we left off.
Yeah.
Oh, can you switch the map? For the.
Yes, I can switch the map.
Sorry.
Give me a quick second.
That's awesome. Blue Goat knew exactly what the tri-beam was. Sean knew what it was. They're both chiming in.
Yeah.
Kiko Ho and
Kiko
Kiko
Ho.
tri-beam. Yeah.
To be totally honest, I only know what it is because of Dragon Ball Z Abridged. There was one moment where the dude was basically just shouting it for a solid like 5 minutes. So the only reason I was able to,
Absorb that.
yeah, is
knowledge.
because I had to listen to him. Kiko ho! Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought I did move you at first, but this works out better. Yes. I'm just gonna kind of roleplay RP here just to speed things up. You and Iris weaving through the returning to her singular form and splitting repeatedly, despite how injured she is, slaying Amaran soldier after soldier. You in the sky, returning to the ground briefly to gather your stamina before once again returning to the sky, launching fire, lightning, anything you have, bright damage, all over the place, destroying Amaran soldiers. You're not able to save every Belro soldier you can, but you did save more than 0.
More than 0.
At least in the area you are now, you've slayed all the Amaran soldiers. Iris is visibly exhausted, and it seems like she's on her last ropes. You didn't take much damage. You did get grazed a bit by a couple of mages, so you are going to lose about 10 HP.
Okay. Iris, will you be all right? I'm guessing I also heard the fireball, and I could hear that this far.
You're
They're
pretty...
explosions, right? Or
it sounds like another explosion. You probably heard it, but it's hard to distinguish it from any of the other explosions going off throughout the city. She doesn't even look up at you. She kind of drops to her knees. She might be bleeding out from your diagnosis.
Shit.
She doesn't even respond to you. She's just panting, trying to respond.
I can't do anything. I mean, I could try to tend to her wounds.
Yeah. As you approach her, she kind of weakly reaches out and for your hand.
I'll grab it.
She weakly points to one of the fires, and then to a wound on her ribs.
Okay. I nod, and I'll produce flame.
Yeah. She'll also pull out one of her light daggers, and she'll insert it on the wound, but you assume she's too weak to fully heal it herself. She grits her teeth as you produce flame, as you cauterize her wound. She pulls a knife out. She gasps her breath. She's still just as exhausted, but for all you know, the imminent threat of her bleeding out is gone.
Yeah.
Saved a life. Or 2.
But before you can catch your breath, portal opens up in front of you.
Oh, son of a bitch.
A man in a purple Marin cloak steps out.
Oh, that's a different one. That's a different one. Shit. You got 2 now.
Does he look
Sorry.
different?
Yeah.
Oh.
Fuck.
He steps
Sever
out
off.
of the portal. Looks upon you two, expressionless. Well, actually, in this photo, he's angry, so he's slightly stern. But he doesn't say what he says with contempt or any real emotion. Almost like he's just plainly stating, "Found you." Jet, do you react to this?
What do you want?
I need you all to die. That's the goal here. He'll kind of make a dexterity saving throw.
I want to grab Iris if I'm gonna move out of the way.
Of course, yeah.
Gotta save
22.
Iris.
Yeah. He kind of puts his arms together like this, then outstretches them like that. Two consecutive portals kind of appear on either side of you and start to move like they're, like that.
I see.
You do dodge backwards out of the way and they miss you. As they kind of collide with each other, they kind of spiral into each other and kind of fizzle out of existence. These soldiers will immediately rush at this guy. Only for them, when they go to slash at him or stab him, have their swords disappear on contact with his body and slash and stab at each other consecutively. The one who stabs into the man, nothing much happens to him as his other Velroan soldier's sword kind of clangs off of his armor and falls to the ground. However, his sword does penetrate through a weak point in his partner's armor, and he will fall to the ground. He will slowly take a step back and then fall to the ground, bleed out. What's the plan here, Jet?
I mean, in that moment, I'll yell, "No! Back away from him!" to the last soldier, if he can even hear me or is paying attention.
Get that boy.
He hears you, but perhaps out of whatever you want to take this as, stupidity, bravery, or sheer selflessness, he attempts to stab at the man once again with his sword. He won't run. And as he stabs, as he kind of twists the blade like that and brings it down to stab into the man, it comes out from behind him and stabs him in the neck. And he kind of just limply falls, just loses his balance and just topples over.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use Heat Wave here.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. He sees you start to try to cast a spell, and he instinctively whips his hands in front of him to try and create a portal. It doesn't catch everything though, especially because you're making not an attack, but hot wind rush over him. It sears. He's able to redirect the blunt of it, but it does sear into his sides, burning off parts of his cloak and singeing his face. After your spell ends and the portal disappears, you see him wincing as he has burns on his hands, his arms, and his face. His skin still sizzling from your attack. He looks up at you, still stern, but somewhat expressionless. He starts to move towards you, and as he moves, he kind of goes like that, moving bodies, creating portals and moving bodies out of his way. If you're going to dodge my portal, then I'm going to have to get a grip on you, so there's nowhere left for you to go.
Well,
Isn't that right, Elise? You feel a sharp pain in your back. And you hear a young girl's laughter. You turn around. There's a young girl behind you, holding a dagger, kind of just giggling to herself. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and take like 8 damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me just get this for you here. This is what she looks like. Sorry.
Oops. Can you do it again? Sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's what she looks like. Just for reference.
What the hell?
She's dressed in similar colors, but in a very strange fashion for war, as what this probably is. She giggles again and just gets ready to throw the other knife at you. Her expression just pure glee. Do you want to make a dex saving throw?
Yes.
All right. She'll throw the knife and...
Eight.
You do step out of its path,
Mhm.
but it's like it blinks and disappears. You feel a sharp pain in your left calf. You drop to one knee. Take 4 damage. You instinctively kind of reach down to grab whatever stabbed you, but you don't feel anything but the blood that's coming out of your leg. As you look back to her and she has 2 daggers in her hands again, laughing now just out loud. Yeah, the man behind the other man now will approach you. Will you try to do anything as he reaches out to grab you and Iris?
Yes. I'm gonna use sorry. So I'm gonna use warmth on Iris.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna use Hell Beam directly on top of us.
What does warmth do?
It's like the pocket shield that mages have to protect their allies.
Oh.
But I think he can only use it when he's attacking with a spell that does fire damage. Yeah. Yeah, this... Alon, Harris, you hear this. And Harris, you can see it. I don't know, Alon, you're focusing. I don't know if you would see it or like let it distract you. But Harris, you see it's almost as if the sky opens up as the clouds kind of like part, as what seems like a second sun briefly appears in the sky for a moment, and this giant beam of light just comes crashing down on the commercial area not too far from you. Jet, this light slams down into the area, and when it disappears, the crater that it leaves, the scorched concrete, the scorched like stone around you, sizzles from the heat. Elise, completely unscathed from your attack, still in bad condition. Just going to reiterate that. The figures you don't see. Oops. But you currently still see them, but that's a mistake on my part. You don't see them around you. At least for a brief moment. The girl doesn't reappear, but the man does. Sorry, he's not actually in front of you. He appears over to the side, over here. He is missing an arm, though. He's missing his right arm. Burned off and instantly cauterized. He was able to create a portal at his feet, but he wasn't able to escape it fast enough to escape complete damage. half of his face also is burned, but you can see that those burns are slowly regenerating, and the ones that you had on him before have also regenerated. You see as it regenerates, it's like a line, a blue like line, glowing line, like kind of wrapped around the wound as it like slowly closes in. You notice actually too, where his arm should be, you start seeing it's almost like constellations, like those depictions of constellations.
Yeah.
It's almost like that, as like an arm is sort of being drawn in this blue light, as it's slowly being filled with like a blue mist, a blue cloud. Yeah. What do you want to do? For now, he's watching you. It doesn't seem like he can leave.
I think taking that in, I'm gonna use Creature of the Sun again and try to escape with Iris.
Sounds good. Yeah. So make me a dexterity saving throw. He is, as you try to fly off, one last time with his other hand, going to make it with advantage because he's busy like concentrating on his arm.
That's 20.
Very nice. Yeah, you can see the portal in front of you start to appear. You're able to get out of the way. You're able to dodge it, and you fly off. Where are you heading?
I guess back towards the castle.
All right. Sounds good. Nice. We're gonna go back to this fight then. Alon, you're still holding him. No, we're gonna go back to the point where the exact point that we left you off. Okay. So it hasn't been that long.
Okay.
He is still moving towards you. It finally, through one last, as you put all your effort into keeping him in the magnified gravity, he still fights off you with one last push and steps out of the range of the magnified gravity.
Okay, how does he look?
He's sweating.
Okay.
But it looks like he had to emit a crazy amount of exertion to get out of your spell.
But is he does he look hurt? Like,
does he look visibly hurt?
Yeah. Maybe not through the ropes. I can't
has
tell.
He coughs a bit, a tiny bit of blood.
Okay.
Dribbles out of his mouth. He doesn't look visibly hurt, but you might have done some internal damage.
Wait till Chatsu gets here.
His clothes kind of did, the parts of his robe tear from the force that your magnified gravity was emitting. Just like the sleeves of his arms, basically.
Okay.
He's not naked.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Is he doing something, or do I have an opportunity to do something?
He's moving towards you. You just exerted a huge amount of effort to use this spell. He's reaching out towards you to grab you.
I'm gonna. I guess I'm fully healed. I'm gonna move towards him too. I'll like shift my body weight, and then I'm gonna try and like dart towards him.
Yeah.
If I can.
It's almost like instinctively, though, he whips his hand to grab at where your face is. You can already see fire begin to appear in his palm.
Okay.
But before the fire goes off, before you have a chance to comprehend anything or what you can do, you just see a shadow, you blink, and he holds his. The cloaked figure holds his arm. It's not a yelp. It's not a cry either, but kind of as he clutches at his arm. You slowly turn around behind you, and you see, in sort of like a pose after they've just slashed down at the target, you see the saint.
Okay.
Two swords drawn, two samurai swords drawn in each hand. You would recognize the samurai swords as a trademark weapon of Makida.
Mm.
Although they're not called samurai swords in this world. I won't get too much into that.
Sure. Okay, so he kind of saved me. I'm gonna take advantage of that, and I'll move in. My goal here is just to hold him down. So I'm gonna use, I'm gonna burn another manipulate point to use magnetized grip. So I'm gonna designate my hand, and I'm gonna grab at him.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know how I can grab. Basically, I'm just gonna try to reach for him. I'll grab his throat. Ideally, that's what I'll try to do. And yeah, he has to make a strength saving throw to try to get out of it each turn.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you grab his throat.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the warbling energy appears around your hand as you slam it into his throat. He grips your arm, and you can feel an immense amount of force as he tries to pry your hand off of his throat, but he's not able to. You feel the force, the exertion that you can feel the force that he exerts fade away slowly as your power overwhelms it. He kind of falls down to a knee as you kind of hold him down like that,
I'll just say
as
he falls to his knees, I'll just say, "What do you have to say for yourself?"
he'll just kind of cough up a bit more blood. At this moment, Jet, you're flying over towards the castle with Iris. Sorry, so many names. Yeah. So yeah, you're flying back to the castle. You see the crater. You see the figure. You see Alon basically on top of the figure. You see the saint. You see Harris as well.
I'll probably lay Iris down somewhere off to the side that I think is safe enough.
Mm-hmm. Probably by Harris, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. You plop down, almost do like a superhero landing with Iris in your arms. You set her down beside Harris. Harris, Jet has just landed beside you with a very badly wounded Iris. She looks like she's at death's door.
I'll use one ability. Sorry, I was just looking for it. I think I have a spell for that.
Is that a kimono, Marco?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
She's not dead. She's just
She's dying.
No, she's not dead
like
yet.
0. Okay, then I can.
She's in very bad. She's still conscious, but she's in very bad condition.
I'll use my. Trying to look for the more appropriate healing spell.
Can my fingers, like the tips of it, be like wrapped? Like I don't want it fully wrapped. I want it like wrapped around there.
Clutching his Adam's apple.
Not really. Like just like.
Not like just kind of holding his pinching his
Just
Adam's
pinching.
apple. Just like, what
No,
do you
like-
have to say for yourself now?
Like that. That's what I want. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just
Yeah.
use my well of
Like
life.
you're ready to kind of pull out his throat,
His
Yeah.
vocal cords. Yeah.
to claw out his throat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that.
I'll just use my well of life.
Sure thing.
Place my hand on her and heal her.
Sure. I'm going to tell you now that you're going to use 50 health points to heal her. Are you intending to like fully heal her or like?
Yeah, fully.
Okay, yeah, 50 then. No, double that. I know how much your health pool is. Double it, 100. No, just 50. Yeah. Her visible wounds disappear. Her stamina though doesn't regenerate. She's still, while a little bit more invigorated, she's able to kind of get back up onto one knee and try to catch her breath. She grips at your arm, and she gives you a weak smile. Thank you, Harris. And she also, she'll turn to you, Jet. Thank you, Jet. I owe you 2 my life.
It's not over yet.
And on cue, as you say that, the man you saw before with the portals
Oh shit! You brought him here. Damn it!
will appear kind of beside you, Alon. But he's not facing you. In fact, he doesn't even seem to register you immediately. He kind of like whips his finger, like his hand like this, and a portal opens up in front of him, and well, I'm on the wrong page. And you see Damien and Dante both come flying out of the portal. Badly injured, very badly injured as well. Damien is missing an arm.
Wow. It's probably karma. For being in.
He then turns to you. Actually, sorry, they're a bit farther back. He then turns to you, Alon, and well, the sight in front of him. But doesn't even like he's not even like worried. He doesn't look worried. He doesn't even make an expression. He just kind of registers what's happening, and then he addresses the figure. Casimir, should I bring the rest? Figured that you're choking, just makes out, no. But you, and his eyes will glow brightly as energy kind of starts to hum off of his body. You, go! And with that, the other man will disappear through a portal. As Harris, you'll recognize the feeling of the explosion.
Fuck.
You have but a couple moments to react to it. What do each of you do?
So
he's taking longer to charge it this time. He's exhausted. So you have more of a time frame.
I want to use anti-magic.
Ooh.
It's a counterspell. It's like counterspell.
Shit.
Yeah.
I magic. Okay. Is this casting the spell as it is?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. Can you roll a... Wait, what the hell?
My spellcasting ability? Is that right?
Wait, sorry. I'm just trying to make sense
Yeah,
of
at what
this.
level did you cast it, Marco?
No.
No.
Creatures casting or cast... Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. The DC equals 10 plus your spell's level. Okay, so the spell save is 17. Can you roll intelligence for me?
Mhm.
And your proficiency is 4, right?
Yes.
So I'll add that to your thing automatically.
24.
24. Yep. Wait. Yep. That is more than enough to beat it.
Counter spell.
The humming begins. Well, the energy coming off of him flickers out, and his eyes briefly fade back to their original blue color. However, Jet, as your arm is outstretched, it's like everything fades around you into darkness. Something grabs your arm. It's blue and wispy. And its sound... You turn to face it. It doesn't have a face that you can see. It's like a wispy blue silhouette. In your mind, you hear it like breaking glass. It just says, don't. The world around you begins to come back. But it was enough to break through your concentration. And your spell... Your arm, actually, sorry. Your arm is freezing cold. Almost like you can't even feel your power in that arm. You look back at the figure now known to you as Casimir. Glowing again. But you bought your group a lot of time here. You've extended their moment considerably with your spell. The Saint is rushing towards you. Damien, also limping, missing an arm, is running towards Harris. They know what's coming. But Dante rushes towards Alan.
Why him? Oh no.
You're the one that called him out. This is what happens. Now he has to prove himself.
Okay.
He runs up to you. It kind of grabs your chest, or kind of reaches his arm up under your arm and like grabs you like your shoulder like
okay.
that.
Okay.
It's just trying to pull you off him. Alan, you have to let him go. He's going to kill you. I assume you're choking him with intent to kill him, right?
If I could, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, if I could.
Yeah. You're doing that. You're struggling, but it's like a tug of war kind of thing.
Okay.
But you are slowly kind of feeling his strength fade as the energy builds up. He might be shifting his concentration towards building up that explosion.
Okay.
What's your choice here?
I'm going to I'll have a frustrated look on my face. I'll look to Dante. I'll know he's right. And I've burned from this guy's spell before his blue fireball. I know how strong he is. So I'm just going to still holding him with my one hand. On my other hand, I'm going to start the warbling, and I'm going to point to the ground at his feet. To release my spell, the magnetized grip, and then I'm going to switch to a launch pad, and I'm going to launch him 15 feet back.
Sorry, who are you launching?
The Casimir.
Casimir.
Just to give us some distance.
Yep. All right. It plays out like that. You let go. Your magnetized grip ends. There's a gust of wind, a flurry of wind as the spell releases. Casimir, no longer having to fight back your strength, starts to glow at an increasingly fast rate. You kind of slam your other hand into the ground to create a launch pad underneath his feet, and it does launch him backwards.
Cool.
But the explosion is going to go off, and you're not going to make the distance back to Harris. Everyone else has pretty much made it back at this point.
Okay.
The explosion goes off before you register.
Okay.
Dante throws his body in front of yours, kind of clutching at you, shielding you from the impact. Under his giant armor, as the explosion goes off. Harris, Jet, you can see this explosion coming off in the distance. Damien yells at you to create a dome, Harris. What are you doing, Jet? Sorry, the explosion has already enveloped Dante and Alon.
Okay. I mean, I want to try and use Heat Wave to maybe push some of the fire back or hold it off, maybe delay it at least.
Sure. For your
Okay.
information, it's not fire. It's like a wave of energy.
Oh,
You ever
I
watch
see.
like Flashpoint Paradox?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
see.
they have that big explosion at the end.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, then I take that back.
Okay.
I'll run back to the others.
Sure. Harris, Damien is yelling at you. Iris is too, pleading with you. Put up the barrier, put up the dome.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it.
Gotcha.
Nah.
Yeah. You managed to shield your team. Dante and Alan got enveloped by the explosion. But as the wave of energy hits your sanctuary's dome, you can feel the pressure, you can feel the energy as it slams against it. It's not immediate, but your dome begins to crack and break. Do you do anything to combat this as the energy is pushing against the barrier?
No, I don't have anything else to reinforce it.
Then it will crack and crack, and inevitably it will shatter. And you two will all be enveloped by the explosion. Alon, you wake up first. His body is heavy. You have to push it off of you. He's unresponsive, so I'm going to move you guys back a little bit as well. He's unresponsive. You can't tell from just a glance if he's dying or dead already. The rest of you slowly come back into consciousness. You're very badly injured. Take 20 HP from each of your health bars.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab at Dante. First, like in shock. And confusion. Like, why would he do that? I'll say it out loud. Even, why would he? You think this makes you a good leader? Because you sacrificed yourself for me? And I'll look to Harris. Harris! I don't know. Is everybody up? Is everybody, like, alive?
Damien crawls over to Dante's body.
With-
Brother. Puts a hand on his back. Brother, wake up. He slowly shakes him. Yeah, Jet, you awake. You're badly injured. Harris, you're also getting up. Iris is unresponsive. The Saint visibly damaged, though, and you see remnants of weapons, like at least like dozens of weapons on the ground they were using as a shield to sort of also help take the brunt of the blast, which is probably why you guys are still in such good condition as well.
Hmm.
She just says, I have no more weapons. That's the first time you've heard her speak. Like, ever. It's done. Yeah. You'll see across from you the other figure, or the other man, reappear. And this time, multiple portals appear with him. You recognize Jet, one of the other figures. It's the girl from before. You remember her being referred to as Elise.
Mm-hmm.
You also see a young boy walk through, as well as a tall, slender woman. No, a tall woman emerged through a portal as well. Her skin incredibly fair. Almost like that of a corpse.
Oh my god.
She walks and stands behind, very closely behind Casimir. This man, Pro, will stand. Well, we'll turn to Casimir and say, they're all here now, just like you wanted. And next time, Casimir, if you go through the trouble of putting us at ground zero, coming up with this grand plan, don't go off on your own and try to ruin it. Casimir will simply get up. He's basically like shirtless at this point. He's like, the robes on him are so tattered they basically fell off. He's actually pretty, not like bodybuilder muscular, but he's pretty toned and like fit underneath. Like it's surprising because his main impression is that he's a wizard. I'm dwelling too long on that. The fact is, he stands
What's your
up.
routine?
He stands up. He's breathing heavily. Vulcan, did you do it? And the boy to his left responds, it should be any moment now. Well, it should be any moment now. And almost on cue, you hear like an energy field, like just like this blast. Harris, you know exactly what this is. As a beam of blue light becomes visible over the castle, over where the barrier beam is, it shoots up into the sky before colliding with the top of the barrier. The barrier becomes visible and begins to disperse. And once the barrier disappears, Casimir, still breathing heavily, just says, bring it in. The woman behind him tries to persist, but he just reinstates again. Bring it in. And the man to his right, now exerting more effort, puts his hands together, starts doing some hand signs, some Naruto level hand signs, creating symbols all around him, as you see a giant portal kind of appear in the sky. As the woman behind Casimir raises her hand, a huge shadow looms over the city. As this giant, massive undead creature falls down upon the city. It's in its entirety is almost as huge as the entire residential zone, or the high wealth residential zone. It slowly looks around this titan of a creature. You can see in its face grotesque, disgusting eyeballs all around it. It's like a living giant corpse, but it's much bigger than that of a giant. This figure begins to walk over to Casimir. He creates another portal and just kind of holds it above them. Just kind of that holds it above their head. Jet, Harris. It's like you see it out of the corner of your eye. Behind the castle, up on the mountains, you can see it twinkling. You squint, and it takes you a moment to kind of register what just happened. And the minute you do, you realize it's too late. As in the blink of an eye, a giant bolt of energy comes crashing down through the castle, pretty close, fairly close to where you guys are. The force knocks you all to your knees, or knocks you off your feet. She would be more accurate. One by one, it's like a massive wave, like a hailstorm of arrows coming down. These giant bolts of energy just tear through the kingdom and the city. Some of which even hit the giant as it starts to rampage and destroy buildings. And as quickly as it started, it ends. And it's like there's no more fighting throughout the city. No more screams. No more explosions. It's like the city's at rest. Casimir begins to step forward. It's done. And there's only one more thing left to deal with. I cannot let even a single piece of your hatred escape this kingdom. For everything we've done, everything I've worked for, everyone I've lost, be for nothing. The blue energy swirls around his arms once more. You feel your feet almost sink into the ground. They don't actually, but your bodies become severely heavy. You're frozen in place. You fight with all your will to move, but you can't. The last thing you see is Casimir raise his arms and create this gigantic ball of energy. It sparks around, humming with power. Harris, it looks exactly like the clouds in your dream. It almost resembles fire, however. He holds it up in one arm. The only thing I fear, that I regret, is that I might not have the strength to end your hatred here. We do meet again one day. I'm sorry. this was the only way. And he'll bring his hand down as the ball of energy is brought down upon all of you. You see the bright blue light slowly turn to white as you fall into darkness. And your bodies drift to sleep. And that is the end of Velmora Session 0.